Hey YouTube, it's your girl Chic from Chic Speaks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. We have a lot to cover on this beautiful Friday. I've been digging. The rosebuds are not happy with me, but hey, what's new? So come on in here. Come on in here. There's some things I want to talk about, some things I found, some questions I have. And I'm just trying to make sense of things, which is what I've been doing all week. And that's what brings me out here to do these lives. I just have questions, and I know you have questions too. And together we work together to try to come up with some rational, logical answers for these questions that we have. There's so many questions. And the more I kind of look at her content, the more questions I have. And then, some of the things that I'm coming across, it's kind of making sense as to, it's making some craziness that we're seeing play out in the current times kind of makes sense when I look back at back at some old content. Yeah. So I want to talk to you guys about some old content. And that's why I have this video titled Humble Beginnings Before the Fame, because I came across a video with Rose talking to the Rosebuds just early on when she started YouTube. And she seemed to be very transparent, like she does now. But I just want to compare, her response to some questions then to today, as far as like what she says today, how she feels about, bread, white men, black men. Someone yesterday, I think it was, I don't know if it was yesterday, it was one of these live child, all these days running together. But somebody mentioned that Rose actually likes black men. So I'm like, really? I thought she was like, nah, y'all can have all, I thought she was just like Team Brad forever. But like I said, I came across a video that I want to share, and someone asked her about her preference. So I was kind of surprised by her response, but at the same time, I just reflected back on just some of the things that some of you all had said in the chat, pertaining to, what her real cup of tea is. So the question is Brett really Rose's cup of tea? That's a question. We talk, they plan 21 questions. So the 22nd question is Brett really Rose's cup of tea? Do he really do it for her? Because sometimes we'll get in situations to where it's out of like a survival, a necessity, um, a need, a savior, and it's not really what we want, but like we like, well, I just gotta rock with it because like this is the best I'm getting at this time. So I want to talk about that today. You know, is Brett really what Rose want? Or is this something that's kind of forced and she's just trying to make it work? And this is why, the energy that she gives off to him is just so off putting, because at the end of the day, that's just not really kind of what she wants. And it's showing up, even though she's not verbally saying, I don't want you, her behaviors, it's not as though like that's really what she wants. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, if she had really what she wanted, ain't no way, child, ain't no way he would be tolerating with this. He would be tolerating this. He'd be like, if you don't, y'all know how you might have a man, like if you got one like mine that just give you that look. Just give you that look, like if you don't get your ish all the way together, like, and she ain't got that man that can give her that look that will just shut it down, if you know what I'm talking about. And Brett is just not that. And so this video I came across, the Q&A, she talks about Brett's personality and, what she don't really like about his personality. And it's funny though, because it's like what she don't like about his personality is really what's keeping him there, if you get what I'm saying. That this way that he has it, this Pisces way about him, this quietness, this is what's keeping them together. Because like I said, child, ain't no way. Y'all know Antoine would not be going for none of this. Keith would not be going for none of this. But you got, you got Brett over there, that's just accepting all of this. So I want to talk about that because I want to get into that. Hey, Veronica Fair, welcome, welcome. As you all come in, please like, share, and subscribe. Please, I will. Y'all did me right last night, and I appreciate you. And we're going to keep this conversation going. So the more you show up for me, I come here to you and I bring my thoughts and opinions about this whole Rose situation. And yeah, we just have a good time over here. And it's not about just saying nasty things or degrading her. It's just kind of reacting to her content and just using our common sense, because the Rosebuds don't like what I'm saying over here. They want me to back off. Someone even said in my latest comment, she was like, "You look like you kind of could be Rose auntie." And I take that as a compliment because, I think Rose is a beautiful young lady. So who knows, child? I was like, look, let me find out, Rose, my little cousin. So Veronica Fair said, "Hello, everyone. Please hit the like button." Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you. Please hit the like button. So yes, also we're going to talk about Mama. Mama is over there. She's growing that channel. Listen, child, the channel has superseded us over here. Her channel, she got more subs. Like, I'm feeling away about that, but we've definitely contributed to helping bring in attention to her mom's channel. She's growing. People are like, "Hey, when's the book coming out?" And then she dropped posted some more pictures of her with Rose and the family. So I want to get into that and sharing those photos. And yeah, we just going to get into some things and talk about some things. So come on in here. Come on in here. Yeah, drop your comments, engage. You know how you do over here. Engage. I'll, read your comment, and we're gonna get into some things today on this Friday. How are you all doing? I hope you're doing well. Let me know where you are chiming in from as you come on in here. Let me know where you're at. But before I really, really get into the nitty gritty, I want to let some more people come in here because it's quite interesting. Also, yes, right after we ended the live last night, I saw that she was live. And I'm like, Charles, I can't do it. I was just, I couldn't do it no more. I couldn't get into it no more. So I'm like, okay, if she don't hide the video, private it, whatever, we can react to it today. My thoughts yesterday is we can react to it tomorrow because I can't do it. I didn't already get it in 4 hours. I can't. But today, when I went to go and review that video, it said that it was placed in a members only category. So I don't know if that's her new thing now, is that, she'll do her lives and then she's going to just place them maybe in a members only. But that's fine because I already had this idea that I mentioned on the live that I wanted to kind of go back, do a flashback in the past and to see what Rose was like when she was a little Rosebud. Like, what was she like? Because like I said, when I came across her channel, maybe earlier this year, it was a different type of energy. So I was curious to know, like, how far back does her content go? Like, what was she like early on? So the oldest video that I came across of hers was maybe like 4 years ago. And it was like a vlog her and Brett did. So I'm like, okay, but then I came across a second video that had gotten posted like 3 years ago where it was like a Q&A. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I kind of found that one to be more interesting because it was like her Rosebuds like asking her questions. So I want to review that. I'm gonna share my screen and we're going to get into that video because it's pretty interesting, and I think it's a lot that we can learn from it and try to like get some answers to some questions that we have today, because this was her 3 years ago. So this is what we may use loosely, the innocent Rose, the Rose before the fame, before the power. This was just the humble Rose, I would say. So Angela Smith, welcome. Yes, that's what she said the other day. She'll put in more files. Okay. In her members files. So that's fine. It's still, excuse me, it's still like a lot to, talk about with her. So I want to kind of go back in the past anyway. So that's fine. So we're going to get into this video that I came across of Rose. Let me go ahead and get in and share my screen. Let me share my screen. Fair use. So this video is titled Interracial Couple Q&A 21 questions. 21 questions. So get ready to rumble. We finna get into it. This is the baby Rose. This is Rose. This is right after she'd had Race, her first son that she has with her now husband, Brett. So let's meet Rosebud, little Rosebud. We're gonna call her little Rosebud because she was younger. So this video is like 3 years old.
Rose back with another video. Hey y'all, welcome back to my channel. It's Raina Rose back with another video, and today I'm going to be answering
Hold on one moment. Let me take off the speed up because earlier I had it on I had sped it up because I wanted to kind of really get to it quickly. So let me put it on normal so we can get into what she has to say. Okay.
You guys' questions. I posted on Instagram for you guys to ask me any question you want to ask, and I picked 21 questions out of your questions that I will be answering today. I have you guys' questions right here. Just gonna hop right into it. So the first question I have is it okay to be with a partner that doesn't do anything unless you ask him to do it, but he does whatever I ask, but I have to tell him to do it? I feel like that is every woman's frustration, is that we just want men to know what we want them to do, and they don't know. Like, they're just such clueless creatures, and we just want them to do things without us having to ask. I've been there for sure, done that. Brett, honey, definitely. But I feel like you have to teach him. You have to teach men how to love you, and if he's a good man, and obviously you said that he does anything that you ask him, but you have to tell him to do it. So obviously he loves you and cares about you. So I definitely feel like it's okay to be with him, but as long as he's willing to change, and, because that can end up in the future, like, just completely blowing you where you just can't tolerate it. But as long as you can tolerate it and he's willing to try to make little changes for the better for you and your relationship, I feel like it's okay, and it's something that you guys could get through. Next question was, how would you react if you find out Brett has another woman in his life? And for me, I think that is a silly question, because how do you think I'm gonna react? I'm gonna be sad and hurt, first of all. But I don't think, and I've never thought that Brett had another woman in his life, or if I did, I would not be with him at all whatsoever. I feel like that is a very, what's the word? Insecure. I found the word. It's a very insecure way of thinking. Obviously, you don't trust your partner if you think that way, and that's just a toxic way of thinking. I don't think that. Brett has to work, somebody has to pay the bills. So although I hated being alone, and Race is calling me on.
So we'll pause there. Veronica Fair says, please like and subscribe. Sheik is giving great commentary, unbiased at all. Now show her your appreciation by helping her achieve her goal of reaching 1K subs and 5K watch hours. Let's go. Yes. Thank you, Miss Veronica Farish. I appreciate that. And you all, if you could just hit that like button, because once again, we are going to get into it. We get into it over here like no other. Like, we really dissect over here. It's not let's bash Rose. It's like, let's try to understand Rose. Like, that's what we do over here. That's what brings you all over here. And that's what keeps these videos circulating. So Rose made a comment of saying, someone asked her about being insecure or like, jealous. How would she feel if another woman like rode up on her man, or, him showing interest in another woman? And the Rose was like, I'm not threatened. Like, I don't think about stuff like that. That's insecurity. I'm not insecure. He has to go to work. He got to pay these bills. Pause. So 3 years ago, Brett was holding it down. Brett was paying bills. She was talking in a way as though she had like a level of like respect for her man because he was doing the things that she felt her man should be doing, and that was taking care of her and her or their children. So her energy was quite different, with that response as far as with he has to go to work, I gotta let him go do what he needs to do. I can't be sitting here worry about what he's got going on. So fast forward, do you all think that she still has that same energy when it comes to him and being away, going to work, when it comes to him and other women? Earlier this week we saw where she had went through his phone and she saw some Facebook messages that some women had sent him, like, yo, come on to this side, Brett, come on to this side. And she didn't appreciate it. She did not appreciate it. But right before that video, on the we separated video, she was saying, okay, ladies, y'all can slide up in the DMs now, like he free. She was putting that out there. But though, like, not even 24 hours later, at best, she was like, hey, what y'all doing in his DMs? So, it's like mixed signals. How do you really feel? Do you really care? Angela Spence said, I think once the nanny starts, she might start back stripping just to get out the house. That's a hell of a reason to get out the house. How is her husband working 70 hours a week, get home, and she wants him to watch the kids? Right. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So I want to point out that there was a time when Rose was all about being at home, taking care of the children, allowing for her husband to go outside and go to work. Now, keep in mind, this was like 3 years ago. Who knows how many subscribers she had at that time? The oldest video I came across was 4 years. So I don't know if that's the oldest her content goes back or if those are just the ones that are available. Because as we see, the Rose will remove something in a nanosecond. Like, you got to be like quick draw over here if you want to see some of that hot content that she will put out. Joanna Letson said, I think she is deeper wounded and needs to learn to love and respect herself. I think she needs help. Seems like she hasn't had it easy, needs to focus on the boys. They're all all their beautiful children. I agree. I think that Rose is a prime example of someone who has, I think she's lost her way. It may be questionable if she ever had her way, but I just think that this video that we're watching is like 3 years old. She was from a mental and emotional standpoint, I arguably, I think she was in a better place, I think she was like, in a better place here, then than what she is now. I think that the pressure of just building this brand and this channel, coupled with just other personal just struggles that she already had, I think it's just a lot for her. It's a lot, and she probably is someone who could use a full-time nanny or personal assistant, somebody to help take the pressure off of her, because Rose arguably is a boss chick. Like, I'm gonna say she is, like, she's over there running her channel. Like, the views be crazy. The video that I think the video that she had removed from yesterday had maybe like 154,000. I don't know. She gets crazy numbers. Like, I look at the numbers, so the views come in. But I think that the more she grows from a success standpoint, the less kind of like the more she loses herself. I think it's just a matter of, it's the balance. Like, life is a balancing act. So you have your career, and then you have your family, your personal life. And we all understand we got to balance it. And sometimes things can kind of get out of whack where, your career may be, going in the right direction and you're climbing that ladder, the corporate ladder, will say, but though in the area of your family, some things are lacking. You're maybe not as attentive, or your man's making more money, and because he's away more, he's maybe not as attentive to you and or the children. So it's all a balancing act. And I think what we have seen with Rose, we've just seen her struggle with trying to balance it all. Angela Smith says she's so wrapped up in the comment section and not watched the three and the baby. They have been in dangerous situations. Yeah, I mean, she's gone. Like she's just focused on the brand right now. She's just focused on the brand. And it could be that this could be the case because what I say, more money you have, more problems, more responsibilities. It could be too that they have more financial responsibilities and obligations now. And she's focused on getting the views up because it's like, okay, we now got this, that, and the third going on. And so we need to consistently have our views here. So that means we got to, put this amount, because I'm telling you, this is like the behind the scene of content creation. So what happens is that, like, you can look at your videos and your analytics, see what your views are. If you're monetized, you see what your money looking like, and you can kind of like plan, like, okay, bet if 20,000 views on a video in a day can, guarantee that I'm going to bring in this amount of money, then that means I need to keep this going and make sure I hit this amount of views per video per day. And that's how you can kind of calculate probably like what your check would look like. So with her, with all the responsibilities that they have going on, and now they're living in Hawaii, it's very well like likely that she's just focused on like the money and not so much on the children like that, because she's trying to keep these checks coming, more responsibilities, more money is going out these days. Cooking with Kiki plus mukbangs and vlogs says she hasn't grown up yet. She still acts like a child in many ways. I agree. Angela Smith said, and her mom need need group therapy. I think they can benefit from that. Rest Up said the internet is undefeated. Benito. So let's get back to this video we're reviewing. It's the interracial couple Q&A 21 questions. This is a video that Rose did with the Rosebuds like 3 years ago. So it's on her channel. So let's just get back into her Q&A.
So although I hated being alone and it's no fun, Brett hasn't given me any reason to believe that he has another woman. So I don't believe that he does. What ethnicity is Race? What ethnicity are you, Race? My daddy is Jamaican. My mother is African American and Native American, but I'm Black. And so he's black and white. He's biracial, obviously, but yeah, he's German, Scottish, Norwegian, and African American. What is one weakness that you have that negatively affects your relationship? For me, anger. I get really, really upset about things, and I just don't know how to contain my anger sometimes. I just like talk in an angry way. Like, okay, so I don't know, y'all. I don't know how to explain it. Anger is one weakness that I have that negatively affects my relationship, because if I'm sad, I express it in anger. If I'm mad, I express it in anger. And I need to learn how to express my sadness as hurt and sadness and not anger. I need to learn how to better express my frustrations. When Brett, he can do like the smallest thing sometimes, and I'll get upset with him because he just be like so clueless sometimes. So yeah.
So the Rosebud said 3 years ago that she struggled with anger. And today in 2024, we still see her struggling with anger. And she says, she'll take it out on Brett because she's saying the man be acting slow. So 3 years later, she's still feeling like, I guess, Brett just acting slow, and it warrants for her to just snap on him. She didn't mention anything about, okay, but when I go off, I start telling lies. She just said that regardless of like the emotion that I'm feeling, even if I'm feeling sad, she's like, whether I feel sad or mad, like I exhibit it in anger. And that's crazy, because how you over here feeling sad and then like you just start cussing out, like just cussing somebody, like to me though, that's just like polar. It just doesn't make sense there to me. So for a long time, Rose has been needing to sit on somebody's couch. for a very long time, as we see, at least 3 years, she been needing to sit on somebody's couch. And what we're seeing here is that prior to them getting married and having children together, Rose was a loose cannon. So Brett knew what he was working with. This video was 3 years old. Rose knew what, well, Brett knew what he was working with when he got with Rose, as far as with her instability when it came to like her mentals and emotional. So, like I said, we not over here really feeling sorry for Brett because he a big old grown man. It's more so like, wow, sir, like how slow can you be to still be entertaining this foolishness like this? And as we see, it hasn't gotten better. It's actually gotten worse. It's gotten worse. Like her behaviors have gotten worse. But let's get back into this video.
Anger is one weakness that I have that negatively affects my relationship. Where do you see yourself in 3 years? In 3 years, I see myself as a wife, a mother of 3 boys and 1 girl. And don't look at me like that. And a personal trainer with my own business.
Disease job.
So she said in 3 years, she see herself as a wife. She's sitting with Race. She wasn't a wife at that time when she did this Q&A. She wasn't. She has a ring on. She was engaged, but she wasn't a wife. So she described her behaviors, which she, you know, how she was basically back then just going off on him, you know, being angry, just unruly towards him because she said he be just acting slow. It just irritates her. This is pre her becoming his wife. So question, how does she become his wife, demonstrating those type of disrespectful behaviors towards him? Brett, what are we doing? So let's get back to the video.
Where is your dad? I have a dad. I don't know if y'all think Black people don't have dads, but my dad is the most amazing, beautiful creature ever that walked the planet Earth. And it's so funny because Brett is literally like the white version of my dad. My dad is tall and he's large and he's bald and he's a Pisces. That's everything that Brett is, except my dad is Black and Brett is white. But literally, they're the freaking same human beings. And I just love my daddy so much. I'm a daddy's girl. And I'm closer with my dad, honestly, than I am with my mom. And I just love my dad. And I have a dad. And he's in Ohio. He lives on the opposite side of the country than we do.
How many times, or have you all ever heard that a woman oftentimes marry her father? She'll hook up with someone like her dad, whether that's good or bad, but that's what happens a lot of time. So she mentioned all these things about her father, more so like from like the physical characteristics that was similar to Brett, as far as his size, how big he is. He's bald. He's a Pisces. Now, earlier this week, when she cussed Brett smooth the hell out, she talked about Brett being violent. She said he punched a hole in the wall. Remember, this is all she's also talked about, or the mother told her or shared, that Rose's father, which is Janarda's ex-husband, was abusive to her. He put hands and feet, like he was physically abusive towards her when she was pregnant with Rose. So Rose says there's a lot of characteristics that her husband has of her father. Question, is violence a characteristic that Brett has that is similar to her father's? She's saying he's like a white version of her daddy, and she's naming out these characteristics. So that's just one that I'm just wondering, like, is there something there? Because a lot of times women, if they grow up in an environment where they seen abuse, they'll get into relationships when there's abuse, because that's what they seen. That's to them, like, that's what love looks like. Like, okay, well, if he's doing this, you know, putting hands and feet on me, he loved me, he cared. And somehow psychologically, you know, women will interpret this is a sign that he cares, he loves me. He told me he only do it because he loves me. So just wondering if that's maybe, you know, another characteristic that they may share, even though on camera we don't see Brett showing any violent tendencies. Like, we see him, you know, roughhousing with the boys, but they both have admitted and acknowledged that he did punch a hole in the wall, but she did not. I don't think she provided any backgrounds, a story as to why he put a hole in the wall. But this was at their Arizona house. So I've taken it. It was at the new house. I don't know if it was at their new house, but she said it was at their house in Arizona. Okay, let's get into these comments. I had a bunch of comments that has come in, so I don't want to let them pile up too much. I definitely want to get through your comments. Let's see. Joanne Letson said, I think she is deeper wounded and needs to learn to love and respect herself. I think she needs some help. Seems like she hasn't had it easy. I think I reread that one. Let's see. Where do we leave off at? Cooking with Kiki plus Mukbang says she hasn't grown up yet. Okay, where did I leave off? Okay, I think I left off here. Rest Up says, if you got 3 different babies, daddies, who really is the problem or bad choices? It's not all Brett's fault. Manpower, sorry. So she don't have 3 different baby dads. She actually has 2. Her older 2 sons were by her ex-husband. So that's 1. And then there's Brett. So she has 2 and she married both of them. So yeah, she's currently married. Rest Up said, Brett, better the wall than her. Rose got a mouth on her, and some girls know how to push a button. So, yeah, she has a mouth on her, and she's with a man that tolerates the disrespect. Yeah, it is what it is. He tolerates it. But let's get back into this video because it's going to be more that she's going to talk about that's kind of going to, I guess, give some clarity as to the behaviors that we see that transpires between the 2 of them.
Next question is, will you ever get married? Y'all see that? I'm engaged, y'all. Yes, I will get married very, very soon. We are getting married so soon. And I'm excited. What are you going to school for? I am studying to become a licensed dietitian and a certified personal trainer. If you could change anything about Brett, what would it be and why? If I could change anything about Brett, it would be he's overly nice. He's a nice person, and he gets that from his mom. Him and his mom is the most nice woman I've ever met in my life. But I feel like it's too nice where Brett does not like conflict, and he's just nice. He's just a nice man. So I would make him a little bit more rah-rah.
So, as I said, the very thing that she has a problem with is the very thing that to me is why they're still together, because he's overly nice. He doesn't have boundaries. He doesn't, make her adhere to his personal boundaries. He allows for her to do whatever it is that she wants to do. He don't get, I guess she says then that he don't get rah-rah. But remember I said she's talked about, he put a hole in the wall. So I guess he can kind of get there when you push him, but he's probably one of those type of people to where he keeps things, which can be dangerous. Like this is probably like your more dangerous person, someone who is so quiet and they just keep it within until they explode. Like I remember just growing up, like being more just very quiet, keep things in, didn't talk about things. And then finally, when kind of something happened, it's just like you just let it all out. I've never been like violent, but me letting it all out is me just verbally saying, expressing how I'm feeling about you at that time. And they're like, oh my God, like, because I just kind of kept it in because much like Brett, just non-confrontational things. So I've learned to just like in real time, if something not sitting right with me, don't let it just build up, to go ahead and communicate that out and express myself. So she's saying Brett has a personality to where he doesn't do that. He keeps it in. So that's dangerous because we see how Rose can just, she just pushes these buttons and it looks like it's just so intentional and she's just used to him not reacting, to where everybody has their limits, their breaking points, to where one day he can just snap and just, we don't know what that'll look like. We just hope for the best, but she's saying like, this is his personality. He don't let it out. He's not rah-rah. I want him to show emotion. I want him to kind of come back at. Basically, she wants her man to be assertive. Who doesn't want an assertive man? Most women don't want a pushover man. It's a turnoff. I know that's always been a turnoff for me. I need someone who's going to let me know, listen, like, we got boundaries here. What you're not going to do is this, that, and the third. Like, because if you're not that type of man, I'm not even interested in you, because if you're not going to stand up to me and make, set that boundary so I know not to cross you, how do I expect you to stand up to a stranger when they try to come at us? Brett is a big burly man, but at the same time, he's really small inside. So are you really feeling protected at the end of the day when you have a man that cannot stand up, when he needs to stand up? Bless from Texas said it was questionable about the older son. It was a DNA test done on him long ago. Okay. I didn't know that. Did she put that out there, or did the ex-husband? Who put that out there? I know there was some content creator out there that had some content with the ex-husband and his wife, and them kind of sharing their story, some old like video footage or whatever. But I never kind of came across any of their, like, if there was a YouTube channel with their content and things like that. So I haven't found that yet. But what background, or what did you hear about pertaining to a DNA test? Because I didn't hear about that. So all I know is her 2 sons are by the ex-husband, the 2 oldest sons, and then the 2 babies are by Brett. So that's very interesting. Majestic Girl Game says either he's going to explode or ghost. Yes, he can do. I think it's going to be one of those things. If he get ghost, I think if he get ghost, it's going to be because of him having a backup plan, meaning someone else to turn to. Someone else to turn to. How many of us have either been in a relationship or know people who's been in relationships? So their current relationship or situationship was just a hot mess. But though they met somebody and they was kind of having these side conversations with, and then maybe that person on the side started encouraging or putting in, you don't need to be dealing with that. You can come over here. We're going to get through this together. Because remember, Rose said when she checked his messages on Facebook, like, women are like, hey, come on over here. You don't need her, whatever. So it could be just a matter of time where maybe Brett come across that one person where they say that it's that day and he ain't hearing it. And that day he hit that read button in the DMs or in Facebook, and he read that message and he actually replies. Because he's like, forget this, maybe that is just that day, that moment where he has a weak moment. And that woman is like, listen, I got you. Don't even worry about her. Just come over here. It could easily be a local, somebody there in Hawaii, somebody that he may start to view as his safe haven. How many times have we heard like a person say, well, the reason why I entertained this person is because you were doing this, that, and the third to me. And they were like my peace. They were my calm. So I do think that those are 2 different options, Majestic Girl Games, that, that could be because of the energy that, that Rose gives off. So I think Rose is just too cocky. She thinks, oh, I got Brett where I want him. He ain't going nowhere. And I don't think anybody should ever get that comfortable to say that about their partner, because you just never know. You just never know. I just think as we go on and as we carry out our relationships, we just have to respect one another and continue to show with our actions and with our words, verbally say that, we still want to be with this person. Because I don't believe in ever getting too comfortable to where you can just do the absolute most, because you like, they ain't going nowhere. Because baby, your feelings will be hurt. You are going to be disappointed because people disappoint, and people will surprise you and do some things that you just did not see coming, because you were just had your blinders on, or you were just that cocky to where you just thought that your ish was just that bomb that he or she just wasn't going anywhere. And listen, we all know, mature adults know, you can't get that comfortable, because somebody will disappoint you every time and show you, yeah, I can't move around. And I think Brett can definitely one day show her that. So let's get back into this Q&A video with Rose.
Well, he's nice. He's nice in a way. he's nice in a way that he don't like conflict, but he can be an a-hole for sure, but he just don't like conflict sometimes, so he just won't face things. That's something I would change about him. It's like face your problems instead of just avoid them. And do you ever want a baby girl? Yes, I want a baby girl. I never in my life thought that I would want a baby girl. I always thought that I would just be a boy mom, mainly because of my relationship with my mom. It is and was pretty toxic, and I did not like it, and I did not ever want to put any of the things that I felt onto my daughter. Like it's usually a cycle. But now I feel like I would definitely break that cycle because I just know what I felt. I would never want my daughter to feel. And I feel like I want a daughter. I want a mini me to love. And yes, I want a daughter. Did you ever see?
So about her wanting a daughter, I think that it all worked out the way it's supposed to with her being a boy mom, because when I look at her behaviors and even see how her interactions with her mom, Rose is still not healed yet. So I don't think that, as far as with her having a daughter at this season in her life, I don't think that it would be a good thing, because she, it just, her energy isn't there, and even just for her boys, it's not a good thing either with her energy. But with a girl, it's just different with moms and their daughters, because your daughters is more so pulling from you, the mom, as far as with the behaviors to mimic, how you're supposed to carry yourself, how you're supposed to sit, uh, like all these characteristics that we see Rose exhibit on the internet. They're Most rational women don't find them to be appropriate. So they wouldn't want their daughters to exhibit such behavior. So if Rose had a little girl, do we think Rose maturity would be there to not do much of the things that we see her do on the internet? For example, last night, us seeing her up in the wee hours, just dancing provocatively, doing whatever it was that she was doing in the living room with Brett in front of the camera. Do we think that if she had daughters that she would still be doing that? Like, do y'all think that, like, if Rose had her daughter, we would see a different version of her? Or do you all think that she would still give off what she gives off because she's still the same? I feel like she would still give off the same, energy. And I don't think that the behaviors that she exhibited is any behaviors that a young girl, an impressionable little girl, should mimic. And maybe when she gets, when she grows and gets to that season where she really have grown and she carries herself as such a lady, maybe at that time, if her and Brett does have more children, that girl would come along, because everything is about timing, and it's about when it's supposed to happen. And I feel like up to right now, her becoming a mom to a girl, that's not supposed to happen right now, out of the best interest of that little girl. Rose still has a lot of growing to do. Stacey says it's in her. She will not change. Yeah. I mean, change first is followed by recognizing that there is a need to change. So right now, Rose's solution is, okay, well, I'm put this content out here, say whatever. Y'all call me out on it. Okay, I'm just gonna hide it. Like, her solution is, okay, block, hide, Rosebuds, go find them, go troll them, tell them leave me alone. Like, that's her solution to everything, is to hide and instead of like to deal and cope. That's just what she's used to doing. And unfortunately, people who have come into her life, they fed into that. And it hasn't done her no good, and it doesn't do the people who feed into it any good, because eventually you get tired of it. Like her mom over there on her channel, she's tired of it. She's like, Rose, I got a life too. I got feelings too. I got a reputation too. And you're over there making it about you. Like, you can easily just throw out things, allegations about me, and as if my life don't matter and what you say don't have an impact on what I got going on over here. Is that really fair? No, it's not fair. So, Rose is just very selfish. She's young, but she ain't that damn young, but she is young, but she's about to be 30 in December. So she's in the season to be moving in a way of one that knows better. Like what they say, a grown ass woman. Like Rose is definitely in that category. She's about to be 30 years old, so there's no more excuses. And Brett knew what he was working with before he wiped her up, because his Q&A says it all. She wasn't even married to him when she did this Q&A. They were just engaged with a baby. Rainy woman said, don't ruin my zen. Hi there. Hello. Welcome. You like hitting the like button. Please make sure you're liking the video as you come in. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. DRG 2517 says, I think you have a woman trying to have it all, career, family, everything, and realize you can't really do it solo. Don't think Brett is a big help. He's just eye candy and muscle. I agree. I don't, like I said, we're going to get it. It's going to be some more interesting things that's going to come out of this Q&A. So I want to discuss them kind of as they come up in the video. But I definitely do think that Rose devalues Brett and what he brings to the table, because she doesn't respect him, period. She just don't. Raining Wombin, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. She's selfish and childish. I agree. Rest Up says, I got 3 brothers and a baby sister. Her and my mom fight off and on. They cool now. Like, it be something like with women and their daughters. So yeah, I definitely don't think that Rose is ready for a daughter right now, especially with that temper. And then Rose admits that she got a temper. She has 4 children right now. So when we just look at things from a statistical standpoint, it is very likely that out of those 4 kids, a good 1 or 2 is going to have that characteristic about them. It's just genetic. Like, this is what they're growing up with, genetics. Like, she's raising children who have a good chance of responding in the manner in which she does when things don't go their way, which is responding in a violent way, an angry way, an abusive way. Like, Rose is very verbally abusive. We'll say that. She's verbally abusive. She's like a firecracker. And nobody calls her on it. So she's just been going all her life with just giving off that energy and just getting by. But I feel that as she continues to raise her children, she's going to see these characteristics show up in her kids, and she's going to be like, what's going on? And her mom did say, I did hear her mom say, I don't know if it was the video review yesterday, she was like, Rose looks like me, but Rose has her daddy's her anger, like that feistiness. She said that comes from Rose's father. That's his energy. Rainy said, and he's listen, I don't think any of us over here arguing that. We might have some rosebuds that come over here and say, don't say that. But yeah, that's the energy that he gives off. Like, for real. Like, he's in the, and what makes it so bad is that he's so huge, he's so big. So it's just like you're just wanting more. It's just like, Brett, I need more. She's even saying that. She said that in the Q&A. Like, she's like, she want him to, to give more. And it's almost like, okay, are you really going in on him because you still trying to bring it out of him? Because he's not giving what you need for him to give. He's not standing up to you. It's assertion. He's not being assertive. What she wants is an assertive man. That's a feminine woman. Naturally, that's just, when we talk about just nature, we naturally want a masculine man. And with masculinity is comes, it makes us to feel protected. We want that masculine energy, and she's not getting that from him. Stacey said, but Brett didn't want the last baby, and she actually thought, and she actually thought he could get it. So I thought I'd seen a thumbnail for a video where she was like, doing a pregnancy test. And she was like, and it was something alluding to, my husband don't want a baby. But I thought that test was a test since she's had the last baby. I did come across, I guess, a video that I reviewed earlier this week with her and her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law had came in town and was like helping them organize the new house in Arizona. And she had went out and bought a pregnancy test, and it came out negative, and she was disappointed, and she called Brett and let him know. So I'm like, okay, so I guess they kind of planned pregnancy number 2. But though I was hearing that, which she said, or there's content out there where she actually wanted to have an abortion with the last baby because she was so sick. So I'm like, now I've never heard that before. Now I've never heard a woman say they contemplated having abortion because of the morning sickness. That was a new one for me. And then, so for me to see a video where she actually was like wanting to be pregnant, so I'm like, how you doing videos? You disappointed when you peeing on a stick and it's coming back negative, but though you got content out there saying, "Oh, I was so sick, I wanted to get an abortion." I didn't make sense of that, but this is the road, so a lot of stuff over here it don't be making sense to me. So I'm just trying my best to use common sense, discernment, and some of her old content to try to make sense. And I'm just trying to bring it to you all. And you all help me out a lot with the comments and the things that you say, because you share some background things that I'm not aware of and some insight. So I think over here, we do a good job over here with working together to understand like what's playing out before us, because I think over here we all are interested in wanting to know what the hell is going on. Like, how Rose is that person you just want to shake and be like, what is going on? What? We just want her to just be right. Like, sis, girl. And that's what, Rose bring out of us. Like, damn, sit down. Sit down. Stacy says she is hothead, and yeah, she's definitely a hothead. Michelle said, likes up, ladies and gents. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are our likes? We got 40 people in here, and we have 14 likes, y'all. That math ain't mathing. I don't know. Listen, I don't know why y'all doing me like this. Y'all was right. Y'all did me right last night. Y'all did me right. I'll look up. I might have 40 people in. I'd have 40 likes. Like, the math was mathing. I don't know what's going on this Friday, but if you all could get the likes up, I would greatly appreciate it. Rainy Wombin said he acts like he has a mangina. She has a vagina. At this point, they're just bumping ginas. Yeah, he ought to be embarrassed. Stacy says she wants what? So that live that they had up yesterday, right after I ended my live later that evening, my mom calls me like, yeah, Rose is on live. I'm like, child, I know, but I ain't got, listen, I didn't gave the Rose, I didn't gave all I had to give on this Good Thursday. So I didn't have it in me. I said, I'll review it tomorrow if it's still up. But she was saying that Rose, Brett was walking around with the camera doing a tour of the apartment that's alleged just a 1-bedroom, but he was walking around doing a tour, and Rose was like fussing at him, telling him, don't be doing that, people gonna be talking about how what our place looked like or whatever. My mom's like, that man was like paying her no mind, and he was still going around doing whatever he was doing. So we were talking, she was like, it's like he's at this point to where he's so over her to where, how you in a situation and you mentally check out, like you're physically there, but you mentally check out. Like, that's what we're seeing with Brett. Like, he's physically there, but he's mentally checked out. Like, the things that she says, it's just like, whatever. Like, this man is just in survival mode, y'all. He is just in survival mode. My mom's like, he was not paying her no mind. He's still walking around recording as she's saying whatever. Like, he ain't thinking about nothing she's saying. So I'm glad he's at least okay, still trying to do what he want to do. But sir, I mean, we still need for you to regularly show that energy, verbally show that energy. Let her know, like, when she's just getting out of pocket, say, hey, listen, who are you talking to? Any of y'all ever been hit with that? Who are you talking to? or like you got that person where their look is like, who you talking to? You know what I'm saying? Where it's the look. And that's not what he has going on. He just like, he's just just going with, he just like out, like smelling. I don't know what the hell he doing, but he need to do better. He got 4 boys over there that's looking up to him, and he is the example that they have for masculine energy. And I don't think he's doing a great example at all. Michelle said, oop. Stacy said he told her no more babies. River was a mistake. Wow. So did they talked about that on one of their lives? Because you guys listen, I don't know if y'all seen the video I did on Monday. That was that one that was almost 5 hours, I think, where I reviewed a video where she did a Q&A with her mother-in-law, and mother-in-law said that Brett didn't want a family. He would say he didn't want children. Yeah. He didn't want kids. Yes. So given that he initially didn't want kids, I'm not surprised if, say, with her, he was good with just having the one because for whatever reason, and I don't think they really got into like his reason. Like he just wasn't that man that just seen family for himself like that. So apparently, I guess when he got with Rose, then, she had an impact on him and he was like, okay, you know, I can have a family with her. But mama said her son, her baby boy, he didn't want a family. And she said in this QA, as she's sitting there talking about, yeah, I want a girl. She said he was over there giving her the eye, looking at her as she talking about wanting more kids. So my thing is, we all know how babies are made. So if she still continues to get pregnant, you're playing a part in that. So listen, you can go out and get the snip. Like there's remedies around that. So my thing is, if she continues to get pregnant, have more kids, then sir, that's on you too, because you know how babies are made. Deanna Walker said, I don't think she is comfortable on on the recent live, she put his number out there for anyone to grab. What? Was that the one she did last night that's private, that's on her members only channel? Y'all, okay, I'm gonna take a break for a minute from the comments right now. As y'all come in, please like, share, subscribe. But I'm gonna get back to this Q&A video because it's not really long. So I just want to get through it. We're like only like 7.5 minutes in. So y'all, let's get back in this Q&A.
Marriage in your future? Heck yeah. I come from a large family. I have 16 siblings and a very actually close family. But I always wanted like the picket fence, the nice brick house, the golden retriever, and a husband type of life. So, and I still see that in my future for sure. So yes, I always thought that I would be married. And I always saw marriage in my future. What was your longest relationship? My longest relationship was with my oldest two sons' father, and that was for 5 years. Have you ever gotten your heart broken? Yes, I've got my heart broken. See, that's what I mean, y'all, about my anger. Because Brett just came in here and been like, while I'm trying to record this video. And I just got so annoyed.
She seemed like she's a loose cannon where it don't really take much to kind of set her off. Like she's that type where everybody in the house got to like walk around on eggshells because you don't know if you're going to do something or say something and mama's going to snap. And he's walking around on eggshells because she was like, he did something and it was small, but it had her wanting to just straight snap on him. Like that can't be good. Like who wants to be around somebody where you just kind of got to be like, okay, you got to be careful. Because a lot of times we hear that, people who are in abusive relationships, they talk about with their partners that's how it was in that environment where you just were on eggshells and you didn't want to set this person off because one minute, they may be like, oh, they're happy. And then the next minute they can easily like flip the script. So you didn't know. That's that head psychological, like that does something to the psyche when you're dealing with somebody and their emotions is so all over the place that you don't know what you're going to get. Like who wants to deal with somebody like that? That is not normal. That's not normal. And it shouldn't be like that. Those are bipolar characteristics. Is she bipolar? I don't know. But nobody wants to deal with somebody that you just don't know what you're going to get. We like consistency. We want to know, okay, if I ask this person a question, they're going to, just give me a response. They're not going to, okay, man, they could bite my head off if I ask them this question, but maybe it's a good day and they'll just answer it. Like it shouldn't be like that. But, she's a loose cannon. And for whatever reason, Brett came across her and he decided like, he was going to make her the one. I still feel like she's kind of like, I think Brett gets off on the fact that she's everything kind of that he's not. I think, as far as with the assertiveness, that strength, that Black woman strength, like it's just a strength. I think he's attracted to that because he knows that he don't have that. So even though she's just this little small cute thing, still she has this type of strength that he don't have. So it's almost like it still brings some type of comfort to him that, okay, I have a wife and she's going to make sure that we're good. Like, she gonna make sure we good. She know how to, what they say, mama can make a dollar out of 15 cents. Is that what the late Tupac would say? Like, and a lot of times that us Black women, we that's a ability that we have, that we can make something out of nothing. And a lot of times people who aren't, part of our culture, they are attracted to that, because it's just like, we're not, if something don't go our way, like we're not one to just lay down in the sand and just let life beat us up. We're gonna fight back. And a lot of times, like, people are attracted to that. They like the strength that we come with. And Brett may very well be attracted to the strength that Rose brings. She's strong. She's very strong. But look what type of environment she grew up in. And a lot of times our strength comes from us having to be strong. Like, you ever hear a woman like, I don't like when you tell me I'm strong. Like, like some women don't view that as a compliment, because it's just like, I don't want to always be strong. Like, we have to be strong out of survival, just because of the environments that we come from. And as Rose talked about what life was like with her growing up, we know she had to be quote unquote strong. So she's still that strong Black woman. And I think that is what he is attracted to. So he's attracted to that about her, but his docileness and stuff like that, she's not attracted to that about him. Y'all see how this is? So it's almost like he's more into her than she is to him. But keep a pin in that thought that I said, because we're going to continue to go through this Q&A, and some of the things that are going to be said, you'll think back to, okay, interesting how or why they're both together.
Here, I got a whole bunch of stuff.
Can you give me a slightly wet paper towel?
I think people are buying paper towels, toilet paper. I gotta apologize for dressing so scandalous.
What are you talking about?
I went to the store and this older female asked me if I was a Chippendale, and I was like, no, just like, should be.
A Chippendale?
Yeah.
Why would she say that? Did she really just randomly say that?
Yeah, she was driving. I was walking with my cart, minding my own business, mind you. Like, excuse me. Had to take my headphones out. She let me know.
Usually, they think that he's like a football player or something. He's not even into sports at all. Oh, have you ever got your heart broken? Yeah.
Y'all see, she basically said that man is just a big old waste of that time. He ain't even into sports at all. Basically, she low-key said he don't even know how to catch a ball. he just got the look. Like, Brett just got the look, and like, that's it. Like, you guys ever come across people that aesthetic wise, they got the package, but then that's all it is. Like, there's nothing like underneath that, like nothing that goes with that. It's just, they just got the look. That's what Brett is. Brett is just like this big old burly man that look like he can do some stuff, but he can't do a damn thing. He can't do nothing. He just there. Cause she like, he don't even want. To me, she low-key shaded him like, y'all, listen, it is all just a look. Don't ask him to change no tire. Don't ask him to go catch no football. Like, no, it's just looks, baby. It's just looks. Okay, let me try to get through some of the comments. There's more comments coming in. Deanna said, I don't think she is comfortable. Let me see on if the recent live show she put his phone on. Okay, I read that one. Bless from Texas said, Brett has said from his own mouth he never wanted kids or to be married. Now he got 4 kids and a wife. That's what I'm saying. How, Sway? How you saying what you didn't want, but your life is showing up the exact opposite? Ain't no way. That's like not normal, especially for a man. Like, a lot of time, us women, we'll do some stuff because, we move with emotion, but a man, not so much like that. So for him to be hollering, listen, I don't want no wife. I don't want no kids. Now I done married a woman. She came with 2 kids. We got 2 kids. Like, it just goes to show that, like, he just lacks assertiveness and just standing up for what he want. Like, it's a shame. It was a MNN said that last live pregnancy test she took online after the birth of their last son was a prank. It was not true. Okay. I just ended up seeing like a title of the video. I never clicked on it. So I was like, oh, she had a pregnancy scare. So, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Rainy said, I hit the like button. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The likes have gone up a little bit. We're at 19. There's 36 of us in here. If you could, please hit the like button. I appreciate it. Hit the like button. Stacey said, blessed from Texas. You're absolutely right. He didn't want the last one, but abortion was a no-no. Okay. He didn't want that. So all I knew, she was super sick, really sick with the last one. And she was saying she contemplated an abortion because she was sick. So I thought that was kind of odd. Rainey said, okay, because who you talking to will get you right on together. Right. A real man. Think about any of you who got men in your lives and the way she talked to him. Would the person you're with allow for you to talk to them like that? Like, Michelle said, who are you talking to is Rose line. She's got all the pants in the relationship. She does. Rest up. No respect. None whatsoever. But let her tell it. They over there loving and respecting on each other. That's what she said on that video they did after she cussed them out, when they kind of have to kind of come back together in front of the Rosebuds to make it seem like it was all good in the hood. Like, she was like, yeah, we respect each other over here. It's like, okay, girl. Stacey said it's revenge with Brett. She betrayed his trust, so he really doesn't care. I think he wants everyone to know the truth. I wouldn't be surprised, because you can't sleep on them Pisces. My oldest son, he's 19. He's a Pisces, and they're very quiet, but they pay attention. They're very smart, mild-mannered, but they pay attention and they don't miss nothing. So you cannot sleep on a Pisces, definitely not a Pisces male. And I just wouldn't be surprised if like he catches her off guard one day and be like, I'm gone, I'm out of here. But I really feel like the day that happened, he's going straight to another woman. Like, there's already going to be a woman already like waiting for him. I don't see him being the type to just leave as a single man and just be out there single. I see him leaving to be with another woman, because Brett is just that type of man to where he seemed like he needs to have a woman to kind of guide him along. Like, because as we see, Rose guides him, like he follows her, and he just comes off to me as the type of man that needs somebody or woman to kind of be that guide, to guide him. So I don't see him busting no moves like all on his own. I see maybe another woman saying, listen, this is how we finna do it. You finna go to her. You finna tell her this. We finna have this lawyer lined up. We finna do this at 2:00. I'm gonna have a car. I'm gonna be waiting on you. So after you go in there, you tell her, she start cussing you out, I'm gonna be outside waiting with the car running. You come outside, and we gonna skirt off into the sunset. Like, I see him needing or having a woman to put a whole game plan in place for his exit. Because I don't even give him enough credit to even do all that on his own. I'm just saying. MNM said, no, they purposely had River, their last son. Per Rose statement, Raiden was the only child that was an accident. So remember, Raiden is the one she was saying that Brett wasn't in his life for the first 12 months, and her sugar daddy was taking care of her and the baby. But let's back. Remember, now we can try to fact check some of this stuff, because in this video, she is with Brett. She's holding their baby. The baby looks like he's maybe 3 to 4 months. So Brett was around and they were engaged. So remember, as we talk about the lies and things that she say, is this a lie when she says that he wasn't around the first 12 months of the baby's life? Because we're seeing in his Q&A, he was like right there. She was holding her finger up, talking about, I'm engaged, like looking forward. Like, so that doesn't line up with her saying that he wasn't in the child's life for the first 12 months. So yeah, marinate on that one. Stacey said he actually said no more babies. He better protect himself, because I believe she still would probably try to get a girl out of him. So, and she's young. She's only about to be 30. So childbearing years for a woman is all the way up to at least 35. But you got women who still having them after that. It's a geriatric pregnancy, but she can still very much so have another baby. So I can see her getting pregnant again within the next 5 years. I can definitely see it because I can see her. I remember when I first found her, she, when they were disappointed, when they learned, that they were having another boy, she was saying she really wanted to give him a girl. And now that was before I learned that he already had a child out there, which is a daughter. But she was saying she wanted to give him a daughter. So I can see her trying it once more, especially if she don't have her tube side. I can see her trying once more with getting pregnant. In hopes for a girl, especially for, it's content for a channel, because Rose has no limits to what she would do for clicks and views. And so I can definitely see her getting pregnant again, probably within like the next 3 years. I don't see her waiting like a long gap, but probably in like 3 years, I can see her being pregnant again. Rainy said, be right back. Welcome back. Okay, DRG 2517 said, and for real, he will end up with another woman and she will have all 4 kids like our parents did. Suck it up and make it work. So yeah, yeah. You said he gonna end up with another woman and she just gonna have all the kids. Yeah, I can see that. He might end up with another woman who don't even have any children. Yep. And he's going to be like, whatever, I'll pay you the child support. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a mess. We'll see it play out on her content, but let's get back to the video because it's quite interesting and some more things she said that I want you all to hear.
I mean, I think everyone has.
I've read it like 6 times.
I think everybody has before. But yes, I did. Obviously, because I have 2 other kids before Brett. And obviously, when you have kids, you want it to work out because every kid needs 2 parents. It's very important. So yeah, that hurt my little heart that it didn't work out for my children's. Do you have regrets in life? I don't have regrets in life because I feel like, no, you shouldn't have regrets in life. I feel like if things worked out for you, then that's a blessing. And if not, it's the lesson. Whatever you did that you don't like that you did, it's a lesson and it taught you something and it made you who you are today. So no, I do not have regrets in life. Of course, I've made mistakes in life, but I don't have like regrets in life or, because it's made me who I am today, whatever I've done, and I appreciate that. Have you had racist encounters because of your relationship? Abso-freaking-tootly. Babe! Babe, come here. I have a question.
What?
Well, they have a question. Sit right here. Step a seat. Wait, have a seat into my office. Something. How do you have a seat into my office? Anyways, have you had racist encounters because of your relationship?
Racist encounters because of my relationship?
Yeah, like at all.
Because? No.
No?
People unknowing? Yeah.
Unknowing?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I hear people say things.
So, because you're together?
No.
So, elaborate on what you mean.
Well, just regular old white people saying racist things, but they don't know that.
Oh, okay. So he's had people talk about black people not knowing that he has a black family. Interesting.
I think I fit the range of gear for the conversation.
Yeah. So me, yes, I've had racist encounters because of my relationship, and surprisingly, mostly from African American men. To be honest, they don't like that I'm with
Because I took a good one.
a white guy, and
Brett said the black men don't like them being together because he took a good one. Do y'all still feel that, Brett? Do you guys still feel that Brett feels that he took a good one? Fast forward today in 2024 with Rose, now that they're married with 2 kids. You think if he had to do it all over again, he would have took that good one? Like, what do y'all think his mindset is today versus 3 years ago before he married this woman? Because he said, 3 years ago, he said she was a good one, but she just cussed him smooth the hell out last Sunday. So do he still feel like he took a good one? Like, I just want to like put that out there. That's the question of the evening.
Like once they find out that I'm with the white guy, they'll like laugh or like make it like a joke or like don't take it serious. Or I've had people come into my inbox and tell me like you're not supposed to mix with them and God didn't make them, and then send me all these verses from the Bible that somehow they twisted into believing that it means that we're not supposed to, Black people and white people aren't supposed to be together. But I definitely believe in God, and I do not believe that Black people and white people are not supposed to be together. God says, love thy neighbor as thyself. He does not say love the white man as thyself or love the Black woman as thyself. He said love your neighbor as thyself. So I feel like we're all equal, and it doesn't make a difference. But yes, I've had racist encounters. Also, here in my apartment where I live, there's this Karen, as we call it today in 2020. And she's so upset that I guess that Brett is with me. Like my sons, I always teach my sons to hold the door, especially for women. So my sons will always like run to the door to hold the door for her. And she'll just walk out the door with her kids and like not say nothing to my sons, and always have like a nasty stank look on her face. And I definitely told my sons, do not hold the door for that woman again, because don't make me go crazy, honey. Yeah, and then she, like, I've heard her just say little remarks to her kids and just very upset and nasty that Brett is with my Black ass. Okay. Do you have a preference? Okay, so this is a tricky question because I've answered this before and it wasn't understood. So do I have a preference as far as physicality? I like tall, like above 6 foot. I like muscular. I like large, like thick and muscular. A man that looks like he can protect something. And other than that, typically I like a Black, dark-skinned man with long dreadlocks, or even light-skinned, but I like Black men with dreadlocks. I love like
Paul. So how we get here with Brett? She's saying she like a Black man with long, like, so she like blackity black, like no question, you Black. That's the type of man that she likes. Tall, dark skin. I think she said long locks. Basically, somebody to where when we think about anybody say that we know, even that have that description, he ain't giving off the energy that Brett gives off, where he finna tolerate some BS. So to me, she's describing like just this masculine, just a masculine energy Black man. That's not what Brett is giving, but that is what she's with, that's what she's attracted to. So I remember one of the lives, someone in the comments said like Rose likes Black men. And I'm like, really? So yes, that is her preference. So to me, what I'm picking up is that I don't know if the word is settle when I think about her being with Brett, but I think Brett was the only man who was willing to just be with her and allow her to be who she is, as all of what she is, because the other men that she's encountered, they weren't going for that. Brett was the only one that allowed for her to just, be her and just have her toxic behaviors and everything like that. But clearly the Black man, like, no, man, we not doing that over here. Because I can't think of nobody with the description that she gave of what she attracted to that would be putting up with all of this. I'm just saying, I can't think of nobody. And let me get into some of these comments before we get back into the video. Let's see. Raining womb band. she does that to Brett because she knows she can. She knows he's a bitch and made and does not want to respect him. Exactly. That's not even the type of man she's attracted to. She's attracted to somebody completely opposite. She's attracted to the bigness, the big body, the big tall. So again, remember I talk about like the physical, it's the body, like she likes his big body, but like she don't like nothing else about that man. Raining Romans, let me see. She said Raining said Rose does not have strength. She has an attitude and uses bullying tactics because she's really weak. I can agree with that. When I talk about strength, I think I'm thinking about it from more of a survival aspect, meaning that let's just say she said when the first husband left her, she was in survival mode. She had these 2 kids. She went and got a job at the strip club. She started, she's saying that right now they're in her apartment. So I'm taking this is the luxury apartment that she said she lived in when she met him. So I'm talking about more probably from that survival mode of when her husband left her, she didn't just stay out there and just be homeless, go from pillow to post, be in a shelter. She talked about she just knew, okay, I got to get in grind mode. I got to get some money coming in. Like she was in survival mode. So I think I talk about strength just from that, more of the survival mode to make sure that her and her kids just wouldn't go without. And she still was able to put food on the table and put a roof over their head, because she did say when she was married to the first husband, she didn't work. So it's like overnight she had to go out there and try to figure out, okay, how am I going to get resources for us because I'm no longer married. But I do understand what you're saying though. Rainy Dan said Rose's version of any story is 60-30-10 equals 60% lie, 30 exaggeration, and 10. Listen, that makes sense. That math right there is mathing to me. And this video, this Q&A, in that moment when I pointed out that part about her saying that Brett wasn't in the life of the son, it really hit me like, wait a minute. She said he wasn't around for 12 months, but though he's sitting right there with the baby who's obviously within the first 12 months of his life. And, they obviously, in a home together. So I agree. Like, I agree with that math right there. I agree with that. This Stacy says she is holding whatever he did with the man over his head. And I don't see that my man relationship now. I see more control and Brett just tolerating her. Yeah, he's definitely tolerating her. But, I think he's tolerating her because they got a business now, it's money on the table. And a lot of times, money can change things when you got money on the table. And it's just, especially like even with divorce, like, you dating somebody, it's easier to pick up and walk away and y'all break up. But like when you're married, like that's a whole business there. So it's not as easy to pick up and walk away because you got like assets, children, like it's so much that you got going on to where it has you to kind of really put more thought into it before you just up and grab your things and leave. But my money is on one day that happening and Brett just leaving her to go be with another woman. And I wouldn't be surprised if the other woman that he ends up with is somebody that looks like him, in his skin complexion, not another Black woman. I'm just saying, I just wouldn't be surprised if he just went back on over there just because he felt like it was more peaceful. I don't know, but I think the next person is not going to be anything like the Rose. Raining said Brett is just big and strong for no reason. It's a waste because he's such a softie. Right. Just for no reason at all. Just a waste. Let's get back into the video.
How Black men with dreadlocks look. So I've said that before, and I was asked, like, so why would you settle? I'm not settling at all because Black men with dreadlocks, and from my experience, they have been no good for me, and they're just usually it's hard to find like a perfect, tall, muscular Black man with dreadlocks and thick that's going to treat you like a queen. Brett treats me like a queen, and he checks off a lot of those marks. He's muscular, he's thick, he's muscular, like a queen. And then plus he treats me like a queen. So I'm not settling at all. A preference as far as physicality. Do you want more kids? I don't know if I already answered this question. But yes, I want more kids. I want more kids. I want a daughter. And after that, that's the cutoff. Absolutely done. No more at all. I need those two types. Is he your first Caucasian that you dated? No, he's not my first Caucasian that I've dated. Actually, like in grade school, I've always dated Caucasian people. And then I went to Atlanta and I met my son's dad. And I had a couple other little Black boyfriends, and then not little Black boys, like they're just little, but a couple other
small relationship, and then I moved back to the West Coast to Las Vegas, and since moving up Las Vegas, literally there's a lot of white people here, and I attract a lot of white people here, honestly. And so that's actually been like what I mostly attracted is white men since I moved to Las Vegas. But no, he's not my first white relationship. White relationship.
So it seems like basically Rose chose to make a life with Brett because he was the only one willing to give her what she wanted. She wanted to be married, you know, have the family, the white picket fence. Her first husband, who was black, you know, he left her, which she says he left her. And she talked about the type of man she really likes. And basically they just treated her like crap. And now, you know, she comes across this white man who was willing to still treat her like a queen, regardless of the energy that she was giving off, regardless of whether or not she was giving off queen-like behaviors. Because as we see, that's not the behavior. She don't give off queen-like behaviors. And maybe that's too part of, like, you know, what they say, you are what you attract, as far as when she was trying to date the black man that was tall, big, with locks. I don't personally think that there's any correlation between, okay, you know, the man, you know, with the locks and how he treats her. I think it's just a matter of what she was attracting based off of what she was qualifying for. Because as I say, you attract what you qualify for. So if you qualify for a quality man, you know, somebody that's finna treat you like something, treat you like a queen, if you qualify for that, that is what you're going to attract. But she wasn't attracting that. You know, she was attracting just the bad boys. She was attracting what she qualified for. And with her behaviors that can easily go into the ratchet category, it makes sense why she was attracting those type of black men. So Rose came across a lick. We'll call Brett a lick. She came across a lick, somebody who was attractive, you know, who found her to be attractive. He was smitten with her. I'm sure, you know, him being with a black woman and her, you know, a beautiful black woman, you know, that gave him like cool points and stuff like that. Brett comes off to me as though he was like never that cool guy. But then as he got older, you know, he started coming into himself, and then being with a black woman kind of gave him that swag that maybe he liked, you know, that little extra cred, you know, that street cred, just because, you know, he got him a black woman. I don't know. He just comes off to me as that type, to where being with her kind of allows for him to kind of poke his chest out a little more, because it's like, oh, I got a baddie, I got a black woman. And, you know, other, you know, people might be like, oh, how you pull her and stuff like that. So I definitely think that, you know, with him, he was more smitten with her, more into her, because of just, he just thought like that's just what he wanted, versus her. He was willing to give her all those things, you know, that she wanted, as far as like the family and the structure and the stability. And you'll hear a lot of black women who do cross over and who swirl, and they talk about that. The reason why they do that is because they feel like, you know, the men of the other cultures, other groups, like they'll, like, whether it's Hispanic, white, Asian, they're more family oriented. So they'll give them that ring, wife them up, then have the babies. Like, they'll do it in a certain way that they find that collectively a lot of black men don't really do, which is a thing, because it's like, I think, you know, like a lot of black people aren't married, are within our cultural group. We have the smaller percentage of numbers of married couples. Majority of the babies, like a really high number in the 70s, are born out of wedlock. As far as marriage, I think within our community, it's a really low number, closer to maybe around 30% of black couples that are married. So that is a whole thing. So I have heard women who divest say that they did it because of that. Like, the black men don't want to marry. But, you know, we do see a lot of black men that are married, but like when you know, do it from a statistical standpoint, in comparison to the other groups, it's a much smaller number. And even though the number is smaller, our divorce rates are even higher. So we already getting married in like smaller numbers. But though from a divorce rate standpoint, our divorce rates are higher than other groups. So it's just like Black people just not really here as a collective for that married stuff. So that's just like a whole nother conversation. But I just feel like she came across some white man that was willing to give her what she wanted. And here we are. Let me see. I'm gonna read some more comments before I jump back into the video. Looks like we are 16 minutes in, so we got maybe about 4 or 5 minutes left. So let me see. Where did we leave off? Let me see. Michelle said, I think Brett's whipped on Rose, but I think even he has a limit somewhere. Right. Everybody got a limit. So listen, he like, she fine, but she ain't that fine. She didn't tap dance on my last nerves. I really believe if that man wasn't already bald headed, he would be bald headed by now, because she be working the hell out of that man's nerves. Hell, she work our nerves. So you know she working his nerves. M says, I believe whenever reacting or speaking on an individual, it's better it's a better look to share the correct information. It should be a part of research prior to going live, so the content can be legit. I agree. That makes a lot of sense. I try to research as much as I can prior to going live, but what I do appreciate is those who do come, who do have information, or who can bring clarity to some thoughts that I may have, or some things that I came across. It can kind of help give us some answers. So I like that over here. We tend to work together to try to piece together this puzzle. Michelle says Brett was definitely the bouncer, stripper club love story. Yep. When she cussed him out, he said when he started trying to speak his piece, he said he was the bouncer, and she would call him up on stage, and then after the show, like, he would give her rides to go to men's house, do her thing, and I guess collect her coin and drive off into the sunset. So that was a little bit that I did hear him get in, in the argument pertaining to their background. But I just think he was he just thought she was really cute, and he just I just think, he was infatuated with her, and it grew into love, but fast forward to today, they got their issues like a lot of couples do, but it's just a matter of if they're able to overcome their issues. DRG 2517 says Brett does seem easily led, like no mind of his own, giant, but lacks leadership. That is a good one. I see no leadership qualities in him. He's just all muscle. Like, he's just muscle. That's it. He's muscle where it's like, he's so big. I don't see, your average man just trying to step to him, thinking they're going to challenge him with trying to fight him. Like, so he can be intimidating just because he's big. But even if somebody just sits on the sidelines and just pay attention to Brett and just watch him and peep him, I think they could get the courage to probably try to come at Brett sideways, just because they'll see that really he just big, but that's it. It's no raw in him. Like she said, she want to see the raw come out of him. It's not there. I'm sure eventually it can come out when you really, really push him, but it just takes far too much to push him for him to man up. It shouldn't be that hard. Like, it should, he should naturally be in his masculinity. I'm just saying. And that doesn't mean anything about being violent. That's just, being assertive, poking your chest out and demanding respect. And that be from anybody, whether it's your lady, anybody. Respect, as her being his wife, she should respect him, and he shouldn't have to fight for that. Like, you shouldn't have to fight for respect from your mate or your partner. Rest Up says, leave my big old teddy bear alone. Yeah, I mean, and I'm gonna say, Brett, he ain't bad on the eyes. He a big old softy, but I think together, like from an aesthetic standpoint, they make a cute couple. I think she's an attractive person. I think he's an attractive person, but I just don't think, together they work like that. I just don't. I just think they just look good together, aesthetic wise. Deanna Walker said they did a live show. He said he's trying. That's why he has a tattoo about his family, to stay together. He stated he won't move. He stated he won't move mountains for his family. I remember, like, when they were arguing with the weird separated video, he was talking about how hard it was going to be to get that ring off of his finger. So I do believe that he would like to keep his family together, and he want to work hard. I mean, he grew up in a household since his parents worked together. So I do believe that ultimately that's what he'd like. But I think over time, like people have their breaking points to where, and then people get to a point to, and they're like, this just not working. And sometimes it just doesn't work. And we just have to be okay with it. And you just learn how to live apart. And if they have their children, they co-parent. But I think for the sake of his kids, he's trying his best to try to make it work. But Rose, she's a lot. I think she makes it very difficult, but I feel like he's trying. I do feel like he's trying. Michelle said, yes, so true about Pisces male. And they also don't like being disrespected or taken for granted. Yeah. And we watch her do that quite often. Rainey said, not the gangster game plan exit. Listen, he gonna have him a whole exit plan. And I just think some woman gonna come up with it for him. And I think she gonna know him enough to know that it's gonna have to do with another woman, because she knows him. She already know, like, ain't no damn way you came up with this damn exit plan on your own, Brett. What's her name? Where's she at? Where the bitch at? Y'all know Rose gonna be turned up, gonna be ready to fight. Just the rest of Rennie Dean says some men can flourish regardless who they are with, and some men will only be as good as the woman by his side. And I think that's the case with Brett. I agree. I think, it's like, do I want to say she bring out the best in him? I think that to him, right where he is in his life, he feels like Rose brings out the best in him, meaning that because of Rose, he has a better quality of life, probably more so like when it comes to things like a materialistic aspect. Like because of Rose, he has things that he didn't have in his life before. So I think he feels like because of Rose, he's seen better days. But if he really stop and think about his life, from the psychological standpoint, emotional standpoint, was he better pre-Rose versus post-Rose? I think if he really sat down and thought about it, he will probably feel like pre-Rose, he was in a better headspace. He was more balanced. But I don't think that he would come to kind of see it that way until once he's kind of exited the relationship and he just start reflecting and thinking back, about his life, what life was like before marriage versus post. I think, thoughts like that will kind of hit him as he just, compare, where his life was versus what it has come to. And again, I think even with all of that, it will still involve another woman probably, talking that through with him. Like, what was your life before you met her? Or him thinking about his energy level with the new person that he may come encounter with, how he feels, the calmness that he may feel with that person versus with Rose. Because sometimes how we know too that we're not in the best situation is that we'll take notice of our energy when we're with somebody maybe who just came along versus our current person. Will notice that there's a shift in energy we have between the two people, and that one that just came into the picture, or that one that was over there that was just a friend or whatever, we might notice that you feel kind of more calm and relaxed versus that person you're in that relationship with, everything's so amped. So you see the difference between the energies, and sometimes that be the reason as to why that person makes the decision to go ahead and leave, because they picked up that their energy is so different, polar opposites between the two people, that they're finally like, forget it. I just want to be over here where there's quote unquote peace, because I don't think that Rose is his peace. I think he may view Rose as his strength, but she's definitely not his peace or his calm. No. M&N said, no, Roz and Raiden are the oldest boys with her ex-husband. That's true. She, those are her two boys she has with the ex-husband. M&N said, Race and River are Brett's boys. That is correct. Michelle said, he doesn't need any more babies. He should go get his daughter. I agree. Those, I've heard different stories pertaining to the situation with the daughter. I've heard them both agree to, okay, he came to learn about the daughter after the daughter was born, and the mom is making it hard for him to be a part of her life. But then when she snapped on him, like last weekend, it was like, oh, you didn't tell me you had a daughter when we got together. And you're the reason why you're not in her life because of your lack of effort with trying to go and be in her life. And so now as we're listening to this Q&A and Rose talks about how she doesn't like that he doesn't really fight and go for what he wants, it now has me to reflect back on when she made that comment when she was upset, saying her having blame on him not being a part of his daughter's life. I think what she's saying now is that she don't feel like he's putting up enough of a fight for his daughter. She feels like that he's lying down and letting this woman just run the show and do whatever, even though they both made this child together. He's allowing for that woman, his baby mom, to run the show and to dictate everything. And Rose is like, no, F that. We need to fight. You need to fight. Rose can't fight for him. So I think Rose is kind of disappointed that he don't have that fight in him to want to fight to get custody or see or have some type of visitation with his daughter. And if that is the case, I agree, you should fight. I don't feel like any man should just lie down and just let a woman just run the show with his children and he just be like, well, she just making it difficult. Like, she won't let me see my daughter. No, you fight for your child. They got enough money coming in from YouTube where they can get lawyered up and they can go and fight to get visitation. But from what Rose is saying, he's not trying to put that fight in. And going back to his personality, he's non-confrontational. He don't even want to fight for his daughter. So he's like, well, fine, forget it. I'll just, have this family over here with Rose. And I don't think that's the way it should be. So I agree with her in that regard. He needs to be fighting for his daughter, but he don't, as we see, it's like he don't have the fight in him. Hopefully one day it will come out and he will find his daughter worthwhile fighting for, because one day he's going to have to answer to his daughter when she asked the question of, why didn't you fight for me? You're saying mom, made it hard for you to do this and that. I've seen plenty of times where there's been the dialogue between the adult child and the parent that wasn't there. And that parent say, well, the other parent made it hard. And that adult child's like, well, yo, why didn't you fight for me? Why didn't you go lawyer up? Why didn't you do that? Like, this child is going to one day see that you had a whole YouTube channel that hit 1 million subscribers in record time, but you're saying you didn't have the resources to come get me, to come fight for me. Even if she is on the reservation, wherever, the Indians live, like, I don't think that still stops him from getting lawyered up and them fighting through the legal system. It may be a challenge because of, where they live, but at least put in the fight. And the times they've talked about it, there is no story where that fight has been put in. It's always, well, the baby mama said this, she's saying this, and she's making it difficult. They have yet to talk about getting lawyered up and them having mediation conversations between the baby mama lawyers and their lawyers. And she's saying, I fought him for not being in his child's life because he won't fight. He won't go get his daughter. He won't fight. Rose has a problem with that. Again, that's the lack of assertiveness. That right there has her to disrespect him all day long. That's a big reason why she don't respect him. Stacy said, that's right. She said she wanted a girl and he said he has one. No more. He has one. No more kids. Yeah. Yeah. Blessed from Texas says, dang, Brett, speak up. Like, we all want Brett to speak up, especially for your child. Like, you already ain't speaking up to your wife, but like your child, your baby out there, like, if you can't muster up the energy to fight for nothing else in this world, when it comes to your child, you need to find or pull that energy from somewhere. Any of you who are on this live that are a parent, a mama or a daddy, how many of us have the thought, the emotions of, when it comes to our children, we will fight. We will find that strength out of nowhere and fight for our kids. Rose said her first husband left her. She didn't have no job or nothing. But Rose made a way. That's when I refer to strength. She made a way. She went and found a job. She wound up in the strip clubs, but she went and found a job to find a means to make money, to be able to get a roof over her and her children's head and put food on the table. Her mind was, I got to look after my babies. That's the mama bear coming out of you. It's a natural instinct to want to fight for yours, to want to fight for your children. And Rose don't see that in Brett. And it's like, sir, how do you not just naturally want to fight for your child? So the question is, it's like, if they were to separate and Rose got all the kids, like, Brett, would you be trying to fight for, their two boys that you got with Rose? Because, like, at what point do the fight come out where you're willing to fight for something that you care about? Like, when do we see that fight? Because we have yet to see it, and it looks as though Rose have yet to see it after all these years. So therefore, she's just straight disrespecting you. And she's hoping that, okay, well, if I keep disrespecting him, he'll fight back. And as we see, it's not working. I don't think that's the right tactic to have. I think early on, if she noticed that he wasn't assertive in a way that she needed him to be, she shouldn't have, made a life with him and had 2 children, married him and had 2 kids. That's just my opinion. Blessed from Texas said, no way. Stacy said, not now. Let me see. Something like that. Let me see. Foxhole says she thought you were weird and you were looking for acceptance from the white community, aka trying to fit in. Yeah, I mean, she said up until she moved to Atlanta, that's all she dated in grade school was white boys. So, I can see that, coming from California. I'm from California, so the culture there is definitely completely. So it's ironic, I'm from California. She came from California, moved to Atlanta. I did too as a teenager, and it was a culture shock. It is polar opposite. When I wasn't dating when I moved, so I didn't have the experience in California with like dating white people or stuff like that. But because of the big difference with the cultures, I can see how easily, she did date out of her race. I can see that versus, coming to Atlanta. It's like the Mecca for Black people. So if she never dated a Black person before, she was going to get her one in Atlanta because that's like they're everywhere, whereas in California, it's very diverse. So it's so easy to just date somebody else outside of your race because it's just like this, if you've never been, if it's just super diverse in California. So I understand that. But yeah, I think when she came to Atlanta, she started dating Black men. It was life changing for her. Like she said, she loved them big men with them locks. Like they was just doing it for her in Atlanta, but they just wasn't treating the Rose right. They was not treating the Rose like a Rose. And so she left, went to Las Vegas, and, then white man was eating her up. So again, Las Vegas, still West Coast, so still very diverse, area. So I can also see her being in Vegas and the way she aesthetically look. I can see men of, from different cultures and things like that being attracted to her and interested in her. So, I mean, I understand it makes sense, but I just feel like, the Black man wasn't trying to give her what she want because they didn't see the value in her. Michelle said, oh, my daddy number 1, wasn't it? Nor daddy number 2. Yeah, interesting. Michelle said both men missed the mark. Yeah. Foxhole says submit to her when it's to be vice versa. Yeah, I mean, I think in a relationship, it should go both ways. And when I think about the word submit, I think about just respecting one another, showing up for one another, just having a balanced relationship, being the strength when your partner, maybe falls weak at certain times because it happens, whether they're down bad because of their health, mental, like sometimes in a relationship, both parties aren't always on the up. Sometimes somebody may fall a little bit and then you got to rely on that other one to kind of, so relationship, it's a balancing act. It shouldn't be all one-sided where one person is constantly leaning on the other one for strength, because it can get tiresome. And that person who always has to be strong can kind of get tired because they want to see you have strength or want to see you show up for them, one day. So it's a, when, if you're married, it's a balance. It's a balance. In order to have a healthy type situation, you need to understand that it's a balance. Stacy said betrayal is serious and he will not forget it. He knows Rose could flip any minute. So no, I don't think he thinks he's got a great catch now. Yeah, I don't think so. But I think that became apparent when they were arguing if in the background he told her that he never had respect for her. And it's just like, wow, like some of those things that they were saying to one another when they got into it, it's just like, man, the fact that they came back from that, because I was just like, what kind of video they gonna post after that? Because they both said some really harsh things, and then to come back and like say 24 hours and be like, yeah, we respect each other, and they just loving all over each other and saying, oh, that was just a basic couple spat. No, no, no. No, no, no. So he outright said, I haven't respected you since when I was taking you to these men's houses, that these men you'd meet at the club, I would take you to their homes. You do what you do for the coin, and then we drive off. He said he hasn't respected her since then. I'm just confused. The people want to know, Brett, how do we go from those days to now she's your wife and the mother of your children? Like, I don't understand how we get from there. You doing the drop-offs, waiting in the car while she go see somebody, do some things, to some change, do whatever. You waiting outside, in a parking lot with the car running. Like, how do we get from there to here? Like, I don't understand. That's a big leap. Deanna Walker said, yes, that's the kind of man she likes, but she also stated in a live show that just because the package doesn't come as the way you want it wrapped doesn't mean she shouldn't be with him. I agree that, sometimes, it comes down to, like, when it comes to relationships, sometimes we can be so focused on what we want and not put a lot of focus on what we need. And those things can be completely different. And in this video, Rose talked about, the physical characteristics of what she wanted and all of that and what her attraction is. But it's like, to her, Brett was like what she maybe felt like she needed. But I don't feel like, even with that thought process, even though she may have identified maybe this is what I need, because he still lacked in certain areas, that respect didn't come along with that. So even though she's like, okay, yes, this is what I need, he treats me like a queen or whatever, but because he's not assertive, it's like he still never had her respect. So it's almost like she's been trying to make something work that really, just from a natural standpoint, just never really felt right. And that's why she's constantly like poking the bear, because she's just trying to make something work. Like, she's like, okay, we got 2 kids. I just got to just try to make this work. And she's just trying to make it work. Like, it's so forced, because if it was natural and that wasn't the case, she wouldn't treat him the way she does. She wouldn't cuss him out on the internet like that. She would show that she appreciated him, not just say it to the Rosebud. She would actually show it. And when she cussed him out, she really showed how she really felt about him. And it showed that she really just don't really have respect for him, that he's just there. It's almost to me like, so he's just somebody on the payroll, like he one of her employees. Like, to me, that's the vibes she gives off. But let me just get back to this video. We're nearing the end, and so we can just close it out. We'll get back to the comments.
A racial relationship. He's not the first Caucasian that I've dated. No. Have you ever visited Jamaica? No, I have not myself visited Jamaica. If you guys know, my grandpa is straight from Kingston, Jamaica, but I have not visited Jamaica myself. I would love to. Hopefully after coronavirus is over and settled, or, under control, Brett and I definitely want to take a lot of trips as family. So I'm sure, God willing, we will make it there, and I cannot wait. The next question is, what is your baby's name? My son's name is Race, R-A-Y-C-E, and it's pronounced Race, like R-A-C-E. Race means counselor. And in the time of quarantine and coronavirus, when I was pregnant and it first hit, he literally counseled me. Like, he made me feel so much better. Like, he was my light in that dark moment. So his name is Race, counselor, protector. And my final question is, how do you trust your partner when you have trust issues? So I feel like, sure, people have trust issues, but I feel like that's kind of what the dating phase is for. And then once you're in a relationship, it must be because you've built a certain amount of trust for your partner. So I feel like if you don't have trust, there's absolutely nothing. I feel like you should trust your partner until he gives you a reason not to trust him. Trust him. Let that wall down, or else you're going to damage things. Let your wall down until you have a reason not to. And don't be like, so like, I don't want to get hurt. I don't know. Like, you gotta take that chance for love, I feel like. So how do you?
To me at this time, and this was 3 years ago, like mentally, she just sounded more balanced, because what she was saying as she was answering that question about trust and things, like, it makes sense. So do you think that she still lives according to those beliefs? Like, because she just be wilding today. She just be doing the absolute most, like a woman that just has a lot of like insecurities. But I don't know, it just seemed like the younger Rose was more balanced than the Rose that's about to turn 30 in December. And I just think that over time, just with just being on the internet and, you know, growing her family, I just think she just kind of fell off, you know, got out of balance. And that's what we see today. And that can happen. Life can kind of do that, where it can just make things rocky. You start thinking a different way. Like, it's natural. It's natural. But what's not natural is like to live your life on the out before the world on the internet. Like that's not a natural thing. So you have some people who are living their life that way. And I think those who are living their life that way, life hits them in a different way than, say, those who aren't living their life on the camera in front of the world. Because when the camera is on, people can see what you're doing, what you're not doing. They scrutinize you, you know, they have their opinions. But when your life isn't on the camera, you know, when it's not on the internet, you're just living your life. So it's very few people compared to the world who knows what you're doing, what kind of bull, what kind of mess you on. So it's different, you know, it's going to impact you different. You're not going to deal with all the you know, trolls or haters or anything like that, because you're moving a certain way, because they don't know that you're over here moving like that. But when you're on the internet, your life is like literally on display. It's like her life is an entire reality show. And I think that can get to the best of us. And I think that over the years, it just hasn't been favorable for her from the psychological standpoint, with her life being on the internet. It hasn't been favorable for her. And so that's why, to me, I feel like this was a better version from a mental health standpoint, version of Rose, than today, you know, Rose, who's, you know, older with 2 additional kids, like, you know, so that's how I view her. But let's wrap up this video. Got another 2 more minutes.
You trust your partner when you have trust issues. If you don't trust your partner, you should leave, because that's toxic for the both of you, and eventually it's just not going to work out. So I just feel like you should trust him until he's giving you reason to believe that you shouldn't. And once you have reason to believe that you shouldn't be with his ass, because that's toxic. That's toxic. Go bye. Unless you guys are going to go to counseling and work it out. I definitely don't believe you should just, this ain't okay, this ain't that, I'm not going to be together. But trust and communication is a huge thing. If you don't have trust, you don't got jack. And if you don't have communication, eventually it's not going to work. So me and Brett and I, we're going to counseling. We're starting counseling pretty soon, and I'm excited for that. But yeah, trust is a huge factor and something you should think about. If you do not trust your partner, then you should communicate regarding that. And if you guys could work on it, then golden. And if not, I definitely think that you should probably dismiss yourself from that relationship and move on to something that you can trust and grow and have a healthy, successful relationship with. So yeah. Thank y'all for y'all questions. Thank you guys so much for participating and helping me out with this video by sending me your questions. Please continue to comment on my videos. Please continue to like my videos. Definitely feel free to share my videos. And please, if you're new here, make sure you subscribe. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Until next time, peace.
Do y'all think Brett and Rose ever made it to that counseling session that she said they was going to? Have you ever heard them talk about ever going to counseling? I've heard her say right after she had snapped on him earlier this week that she was going to go to counseling, but I don't believe it. But have you all ever heard her talk about? I think someone said she has a therapist, but have you all ever heard her talk about her and Brett together have gone to counseling? And second question, have you ever just heard her talk about she went to counseling and like what happened with that? Like, so my thing is like she's throwing out counseling, but is that something she's really partaking in? Because I think she could really benefit from counseling. But I haven't seen, since I've been kind of researching her channel for nearly a week now, I haven't seen any indications that she has gone to counseling. So, okay, I'm gonna try to pick back up on some of these comments that we got. Foxhole said, I don't know if it's survival or second nature. Her mother was a stripper. This is her background. Okay, that's true. She did say her mom was a stripper and her older sister, or her mom was a stripper and I guess her older sister was a stripper. They did a little duo situation. She said they stripped together. So that's Rose's story. So seems like everything Rose put out, her mama say the polar opposite. So that's what Rose says. Michelle says real masculine energy doesn't want masculine energy in her wife. I agree. It's about the yin and the yang, it's balance. So if you masculine energy, you need feminine energy because you still got to have that feminine energy presence. So if Rose is giving off the masculine energy, then I think he's going to then just fall in line with giving off that feminine energy, which is what we see, which is him not being assertive, him being docile, him letting her run the show. So we're seeing masculine and feminine energy play out. It's just in the reverse roles. It's Rose with the masculine energy and Brett with the feminine energy. You wrong. No, Ross and Raiden are the oldest two. Then Race, the one that acts up, and River, the baby. I never remember really the names of the two older boys. So you said Ross and Raiden, and then I remember the babies, Race and River. Okay. Stacy says she's like the ideal of having this giant. She likes the idea of having this giant man with a sniper skills. She feels she is the money maker. I agree. She's talked about, she says she gets upset when people think that she's just there and not doing anything, when actuality she's the one who actually do the bulk of the work, like editing, like all of like the efforts that it takes in operating a YouTube channel. She's pretty much kind of the one that does that. And, Brett just does good with just following her direction with, okay, the ideas that she have, but she doesn't like that people downplay her role in the success of their channel. But to me, I don't understand how somebody wouldn't obviously just figure that part out, that she's the brains behind it, because to me, it's so obvious. But I guess she says, people will be in her comment just saying that as though, she's just there not doing anything. But to me, since I've came to know who she was over the last, 6-7 months, to me, I immediately saw like who probably is who's behind the channel. And more often than not, from what I see, when I see couples channels, to me, more often than not, I see, to me, it looks as like the wife is the one who drives the like the ideas and who's kind of like running things, and the husband's just kind of there being a support and doing whatever he needs to do. But to me, it seems like when it comes to this YouTube family couples thing, a lot of it is like spearheaded by the wife or the woman in the relationship. But that's just my personal opinion as I've seen family content, because there's so much out there. And the channels do very well. I just have a family that's like, no. My 3 kids and husbands were like, no, like that's your thing. But people say to me all the time, like, we could be a whole little situation, because it's a lot of, if y'all think I'm something, so imagine me with 3 kids and then a husband, what a channel would look like with what we would be given. So we are definitely an interesting family, to say the least. But you just got to have that personality to want to put your business out there, and everybody doesn't want to just air it out like that. So I just happen to be the only one in my family, my household, that's comfortable with being on camera and on the internet. So, I respect their privacy with wanting to not have their lives on the internet. Deanna Walker says, yes, our culture is totally messed up. This is because of slavery in Africa. They believe in marriage. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about us Black Americans over here in America. We don't know lineage, or like we don't like with culture, like it's arguably like we lack culture because we don't really even know for sure like where we came from. That's even up for discussion, whether we actually really came from Africa or whether we are the indigenous people and we were already here. It's just so many questions, but all other cultural groups like know like wholeheartedly where they come from, like without a doubt. We're the ones over here just questioning and just have to be in all these conversations and think pieces and panels talking about where we think we came from and trying to prove it to the next person. Nobody else on the internet are running around having to do that. And it's unfortunate, but it plays a part in what our families, our households look like, because we don't have that strength, that foundation when it comes to family. And it's very unfortunate. Foxo said, I don't think this is love. They have no common interests. He comes from a family of two parents that only have children together. Rose comes from a family with 5 baby moms. Like he likes raw meat and hunting. Yeah, they are definitely a match made in heaven when they say opposites attract. So they definitely come from 2 different worlds. Foxo says she comes from a ratchet stripper world. Yeah, well. Roxo said he liked her sexually. That's it. Yeah, I mean, I can see, it starting out with him just being infatuated with her, and she became pregnant. And then that's probably most likely kind of how it turned into a real solid thing, because she became pregnant and him just, wanting to just do right. And then given that he came from a 2-parent household, he's like, well, let me just, try to, make this work. And then I can see with the type of family that he may come from, them maybe encouraging for him to do right and, make an honest woman out of Rose and be there for his family and all of that. So I can see that it could have started out just from the physical. I believe he loves her, but I also believe that he is just going through the motions, and he thinks about life like, without her, and wonder like how that would be possible or what that would look like. I think he does question his whole existence these days, especially these days when it comes to Rose. I think he questions things more than what she does. He's just not as vocal as she is. Brad says, well, what he do with a man like a gay? Well, what he do with a man like gay? Like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Brett said, what she mean, man, what he do? I don't know. Kane Corso. Mom says she's lost way too much weight. So if you're talking about in comparison to the video we watched, she had just had a baby, and the baby, so that was Race in that video. And he looks like he was maybe 3-4 months. So my thoughts is she still had like some of the baby weight on her, whereas now she doesn't have any of the weight on, with the what's the last baby's River. I guess she's gotten probably all the baby weight off since River, because River is older now than what Race was in that video. So excuse me, really can't compare that apples to apples because of like the time frame post her having a baby. But she is smaller, so we don't know if I guess her having those last 2 babies, like what her body looked like, if it actually looked like what it looks like now. Because when I see the old throwback pictures of her and her mom, and I'm going to show some more pictures, of mom posted some more pictures, she's really small. Like I think she's probably smaller in those pictures than what she is now. So she just looked like she's just a small petite woman, but she did look really cute with the the weight on in that video. Brad said, I think they was partying and tricking. I don't know, man. Listen, when they say go down in the club, because who's trying to pull somebody out the club and wipe them up? So listen, I don't know. Let's pray for the kids. They are innocent, guys. Yes, I agree. Like I say, I'm team the kids over here. But let's pause with these comments really right now. I'm gonna jump over to her mother's channel, and I want to show the photos that she posted a day ago. I guess that would have been yesterday. So she posted some more current pictures of the Rose and her children. So she says photo 1 is me and Rose at Los. Let me see. Let me go back because she speaks on them in the order. So this is photo 1. So that's Rose and her mom in this picture. And it reads, photo 1, me and Rose at Las Vegas home when I drove up to visit. And no, I was not homeless and needed a place to stay at that time. And then she says, photo 2, this is photo 2. Photo 2, she says, Rose, Brett, and the kids when I picked them up from the airport so that they could go to Hawaii with Rose's older kid's grandma on my birthday weekend. When I asked Rose why she paid for her kid's grandma to go on vacation and only asked me to pick them up from the LA airport and drive them around, we went to eat and I took the boys and Brett to get haircuts before their trip to Hawaii before moving there. I enjoyed my few minutes. She had already moved to Arizona, so I had missed seeing the kids. I enjoyed my day. So she's saying Rose came through the city during her birthday weekend, asked for her, I guess, to be the Lyft driver, all the while financing a vacation for her ex-in-laws to go to Hawaii. But I guess not her, she's saying. She didn't even do nothing like that for me, and it's my birthday. But she want me, I'm just, driving them around while they're, in town. So that's what I get out of that message. Like, okay, Rose. So this is a picture of her son-in-law and grandson. And her 2 other grandsons and the Rose. This is the Reina Rose. So, she said she enjoyed her day. Seemed like she had questions. She had questions, but she said, she did enjoy her day, with Rose, Brett, and the kids. But she had her questions like, why is this the only type of time I get, but you sending the ex-in-laws on vacation to Hawaii? The people want to know. Foxo said, for God's sakes, he can't even be there while his dad is super sick, but they can go live in Hawaii. Yes. Brad said, was he ex-military? Now, I'm going to say no, I've never heard any talks of, when you say he, are you talking about Brett? I've never heard talks of him being ex-military. I think he just big as hell. I know I've heard her talk about he went to college, he had, degrees, but I'm going to say no. But if someone knows otherwise, you can say in the chat, but I'm going to say no. I think he's just big. He's college educated. Rose said she paid off his student debt, helped him with his credit. Like she's the more business savvy person. And that's what she kind of brings to the relationship. So that's what I heard her say. This was before they went on vacation to Hawaii and then moved there. She talked about some background of Brett, but I'm not aware of him being ex-military if you're referring to Brett. Tanae said that's a good point, not his piece. Yeah, I don't think she's his piece at all. And a man wants his woman to be his piece. Any man on here, is that a thing? Or ladies, are you your man's piece? I hear that's a big thing. I hear a lot of men talk about, they just want peace. They want somebody who's cooperative. Like, to me, from what my personal experience, men are very simple and they just want peace. They, you know, it like it's real. It's pretty simple. And I think if you can come to understand that and accept that, then you can actually have a pretty good relationship if you understand that, because they don't like that rah rah rah. Like they like their peace, and that's has been, you know, my experience in my 20 plus year marriage. Like, you know, my husband likes his peace, so I am his peace. But men that they don't typically like that rah rah. It only lasts for so long. Embrace Me Beauty says also daughter is on a protected native reservation. So Embrace Me Beauty, do you know, just even with those type of environments, does that interfere with, say, if you want to have like say if he wanted to lawyer up and try to fight, like how protected is that environment to where he can't even try to, I guess, fight for some legal rights of his child who lives there? Like that's just very interesting. But I'm wondering if he's even, you know, because I have yet to hear Rose talk about that they tried to fight. Like I know she said that's where they live on the native reservation, but she never talked about like instances where there was an attempt to fight. It was always like the push, you know, they just talked about the pushback the baby mom would give, but nothing pertaining to a fight, like a stories of, yes, we got our lawyers, we got lawyered up, we got a court appearance, like nothing like that. I've yet to hear them talk about. Michelle, the daughter part makes me really question his character. He's a grown up. Exactly. Like, where they do that at? Yvonne 65 said, why they can't buy furniture. So are you talking about the new place they just moved in? So they just moved in this week. Brett said they were going to be furnishing it. So, you know, that he said they had to pay. And I understand like how right away, a lot of times we move and right away, we can't just outright just furnish. He said that he didn't say any dollar amounts, but he said, with rent, they had to pay first and last month rent. You have deposits. So it can be expensive when you're moving. We all just know that. So, but he did say that they were going to be furnishing up the apartment and it was going to be really nice. So he threw that out there. Now, whether or not, y'all, we come to see that happening, but he did put it out there that that is their plan to furnish it. But remember, they just moved in this week. So it's still early. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that. Someone in the comments yesterday was saying, I guess some people have figured out what apartments they live in and their rent is like $4,000 a month. And people were saying it's a 1-bedroom and the kids are sleeping in the closet. I don't know how true that is, but that's what a lot of people were saying yesterday in the chat. From my understanding, the live that they did last night, Brett was walking around doing a camera, trying to give a tour of their place. Rose didn't want him doing that. So I didn't get a chance to see that live because she made it members only today. So when I went to try to click on it to review it for tonight, it wasn't available for me to watch. But my mother did catch it, who she happens to share the same name as you, Yvonne. She captured it. You know, she watched it last night and she was like, Brett was walking around like doing a tour and Rose was like, don't do that, whatever. And he wasn't paying her no mind. He was still carrying on with his tour recording or whatever. So yeah, that's that on that. So we'll see over time, you know, after they get settled in after a month or two, if we start seeing some furniture in the house. But she did buy that mirror, that standing mirror that we saw her or Brett dancing in front of yesterday. So they do got a mirror at least and a rug, a mirror and a rug. That's what we know they at least got, a mirror, rug, and an air mattress. Let's see. So Libra 63 said, to me, Rose is only interested in Brett having a relationship with their kids only. I'm just saying. I can see that. I think Rose doesn't value family in a way that Brett does. And that's just only because of her toxic relationships that she has with her family. So to her, anything kind of outside of, to me, the nuclear family, meaning the mom, dad, children, she doesn't really hold in a high value like that because she doesn't know what it looks like to have just family outside of the household just loving on you and supporting you and having that village. So she don't really appreciate it like maybe he does with, okay, yes, I love you, Rose, and our kids, but I also want to spend time and, you know, with my parents and my brothers and their wives and children, because that's not familiar to her. And I've never heard her talk about, I guess, when she was married the first time, what her relationship was like with maybe his family, outside of her in-laws, like, if he had siblings and if they had children and spouses. So I just think she doesn't hold family to the same regard as he does. Boxville says Rose does not want him to have a relationship with his daughter. That's just interesting because when she snapped on him, she was just yelling at him for not fighting for his daughter and saying that the progress that they did even have with, I guess, trying to communicate with the daughter and thing was because of her efforts, not his. So what makes you say that, Foxhole? Did she make a comment about his daughter for you to say that? If you can elaborate more on that. Embrace Me Beauty says, but if it's worth it, it can be done. I agree. I think at least you want to go down fighting because one day he's going to have to answer to her. And I know what it's like, just a person with not having maybe one parent and him having a reason as to, well, why he wasn't around. And it's just like, okay, well, that's not good enough. Like, what kind of efforts did you put forth into trying to fight? You have legal system, you have benefits, you always had a job, like, miss me with that. So he's going to have that conversation with his daughter one day, and she's going to be looking for him to come correct with his responses. So Libra 63 said hers, and let me see. MNM said, have you ever considered analyzing, reacted to reality TV shows, for example, Married at First Sight, etc.? I can see you've been great at it. No, I was going to ask you all to, you guys can give me idea, because actually this is my first time reacting to anything kind of like this. So when I first started like YouTube and content creation, I would more so like go over like celebrity stuff, like Hollywood celebrities. So non-celebrity, like this is kind of like my first time with reacting to this. And I did this because when they start cutting up on the internet last weekend, I was just like, what? Because I was familiar with them and I just had so much to say. So I'm like, well, let me just jump on. Let me just dust off StreamYard and come back out here and talk to the people, because I can't be the only one feeling this way. But yes, you guys let me know if there are anything, shows, episodes that you would like for me to get into and look at and do reviews with you all, because I can certainly do that. This is quite interesting. Rose is very interesting, but I don't want to continue, just to only talk about her right now. She is a hot topic. So I am open to talking about, other channels or shows or anything like that. So I will make a note. Do I have my phone? You said love at, what do you say? Married at First Sight. I'm going to make a note of that. So if you guys can give me some ideas and I can look into them. Yeah, but that should be fun. I've heard of that show. I've never watched it, but I think I would usually hear about like the viral moments that takes place on that show, Married at First Sight. But it wasn't anything that I ever gotten into. I don't really watch much really reality TV. So a lot of the trending like reality TV stuff, I don't watch. But if there's things that you want me to kind of be able to review on, you want to throw out some things, I probably can kind of check it out and come back and kind of give my 2 cents on it. But thank you for that that feedback and recommendation. And thank you all for joining. We have 47 in on the live right now. Our likes are at 34. So I'm feeling good about life. If you can, anyone who hasn't hit the like button, if you could hit the like for me, I appreciate it. But thank you guys for liking this live stream. But please continue, like, share, and subscribe. Hey, Deborah, welcome back. Welcome back. I remember you yesterday. They are laughing all the way to the bank. They make over $25,000 a month. They are not worried about anything you are discussing. It's super sad that people are judging these people. Thank you for coming back. So you all, Deborah is a Rosebud. Deborah visited us yesterday. And I like Deborah coming over. Deborah's always like, she's respectful and she's a Rosebud. So welcome back. Thank you for joining. These dollar amounts and things that you're throwing out, like, I feel like that's probably likely, the type of money at least that they are pulling in. I do, everybody knows that, you know, Rose do get bothered by people saying things about her and speaking on her. So we not gonna lie and say that she's not bothered by that, because she will get on. Just what, 2 weeks ago she was bawling boohooing, snot coming out her nose because of what people was saying and things like that. So we know it does impact her. Now, with that being said, on my channel, it's not about bashing her and saying mean things to her to have her to just be like that and be so upset. I just react to just the content that she put out there and analyze it to try to gain an understanding of what the hell it is that's presenting before our eyes, because the people are confused. And you cannot just be honest. You can't honestly just say that some of the things that you have seen on their channel that you had inside-eyed or questioned, like what the hell is going on, regardless if you support her or not. You can still support somebody, but still acknowledge that there is some stuff that's just off-putting. As I say, two things can be true at the same time. It's almost like, okay, yeah, you can love your children, you love your spouse, but at the same time, you can just be real with certain things or negative behaviors that they may demonstrate that you're like, okay, what I'm not going to deal with or accept is that, but I love you. So my thing is that I don't think that it's fair to expect for people to just be blind just because they like somebody. I understand you like Rose, but using common sense, you know, a lot of the stuff that she presents, it's off-putting. You know that. Just be real with yourself. You know that. And over here, we're not ignoring that. Like that's not what we about over here. We're not ignoring the obvious that this lady got a lot going on, and we're just trying to understand what the hell is this about? What is really going on? That's what we're just trying to figure it out. We're not trying to sit in a state of confusion. We're looking for answers. That's what we're doing over here. But again, thank you for coming back though, Deborah. So Libra 63 said, and if he can walk or run away from his daughter, he will or can do the same to her. Exactly. Because you ever hear people talk about how she get with him and he wasn't even taking care of his other kids, but now you ain't with him no more and you mad he ain't taking care of the kids you got with him. Like, sis, he wasn't taking care of the other kids. Like, that'd be a thing. It's almost like people think that they're going to be an exception to the rule. But no, what they say, a zebra doesn't change their stripes. You have to recognize the behaviors and see, like, well, how they're treating this person. It's a good chance that you can end up getting that same treatment. You can't ignore it and think that you're special. We can want to feel special all day long, but as I just said to Miss Deborah, we can't ignore the obvious. Like, we got to use common sense and discernment. We can't play crazy, turn a blind eye, and then when stuff go left, play the victim and be like, what happened all of a sudden? What do you mean all of a sudden? The signs was there from the day he said hello. Like, what do you mean? Like, but people do it all the time. Deborah F says Rose is an accomplished gymnast. Okay, I remember. Okay, that's a strong word. You said accomplished gymnast. I heard her say that I heard her say she used to dance. I never heard her talk about being a gymnast, but you would probably know better than me since you're a Rosebud. But I seen her last night, you know, doing her moves in her home or whatever when she was, you know, hanging out, having a good time with her husband. And to me, I could see that I told the people on the channel that I felt like Rose had talent. She's talented. And it's just how she chooses to channel those talents, because the moves and the things that I was seeing her do, that was of someone who had talents. She has talents with her body, the way that she can control her flexibility. I'm just hoping that Rose can just channel all her energy and her gifts and things in a positive direction. That's all, because I do recognize her talents. So Libra 63 says, my kids are my everything, period, point blank. I'm with you on that. And I guess Brett isn't there yet. I don't know in his life when it comes to, you know, feeling like that when it comes to all his kids, but I don't know. Hopefully that change. Deborah F says they are completely happy and that fight was staged so he could create another channel and more income. He isn't disrespected. They are creating wealth by buying more properties. So a question I have is, do you do all of this and stage things at the expense of how your spouse looks to the world? Like, really think about that. How serious is it to grow another channel and to increase your income to where you're willing to throw your partner under the bus, meaning to have them look crazy? Do you have anyone in your life that you would be willing to curse out and on the internet and have them look crazy just so you can make money? Like, really think about that. Like, over here, we're thinkers, we're deep thinkers over here, because even if that is the case, that did not have her husband looking the best. So at what point do we think about how we want our spouse to look to the world? When is it ever that serious to where you're willing to get money over the I guess the character, over your desire to have money supersedes the look, the positive look that you want for your spouse to have on the internet? Like, my mind can't wrap that around me. I'm all for, say, if they stage things, but not at the expense of the character of someone. You see, because Rose mom said yesterday when she talked to Rose about the stuff she was putting out there, Rose words was, well, mom, I'm a content creator. And the mom was like, okay, but you ain't got to throw me under the bus and put my character online. Like, I don't have a life and a reputation and a business to run. Like, don't just dismiss my life and what people may view me as just so you can collect a check. Brett also still has family out there. So let's just say she cussed him out on his stage and said all these, crazy things about him for a check. She showed she didn't even care with, okay, how he's looking to the world, to his family and friends, people who don't know that's an even stage. It's just a bad look. Like, at what point do we put moral over money? Like, that's the question. Michelle said, Deborah F., the math ain't math. And then most people don't rent a 1-bedroom shack apartment with $25,000 a month. They are severely mismanaging then that part. I said they sound like they needed a financial advisor, because ain't no way with the views that they have coming in that the money isn't coming in. So I really believe that it's very realistic for them to pull in money like a $25,000 plus, checks a month. But if they got more money going out, like because of their, how they're the things that they're buying, their upkeep, their day-to-day lifestyle, then it's not going to be much left to get you to the next month paycheck. So they could very well be on like a paycheck by paycheck situation, even bringing in a lot of money because of how they're managing their money. They probably need to get like a financial advisor or somebody like that to go over their finances and see what are some areas that, where they can maybe cut some costs and expenses and things like that, because ain't no way with the way their views come in that they're not bringing in that money to, like you say, be able to afford, at least a 2+ bedroom living environment. But they could just not be managing their money properly. Deborah F. said they stayed in that Airbnb because they were in the middle of purchasing property. And now that they closed, they are in a new place, perfect for their family. Well, Deborah, they have said that this new place that they're in, they're probably just going to be there. Like they're in their mind, it's just for 1 year. So it's like, it's already, Rose already has it kind of in her mind that this could be still just a temporary situation. It's not, nothing with stability. So my thing is, again, with whatever you're saying, Deborah, this could very well be the case as far as with them purchasing property and things like that. But if they're not managing their money properly, they can have way more money going out each month than really what they really could afford or really should, because maybe if they had more money that they were keeping, their day-to-day situation can kind of be better. But they got so much money going out because, property real estate is expensive. So you're putting out a lot of money. So if you're having to put out all that money going out, then you're not left with a whole lot to kind of get you over into the next months. You see? So you're just kind of living still paycheck to paycheck, even though you got a $25,000 paycheck coming every month. You can still very well be living from paycheck to paycheck. Michelle said, this whole creating wealth thing is not worth losing your dignity and respect. Who cares about your creating wealth by selling your soul? Yuck. That's what I'm talking about, Michelle. We use common sense over here. That part, Deborah, reread that. I'll leave this on the screen a little bit longer so you can read it a couple of times. But at what point, where are your, what boundaries? What are your limits? What does your self-respect come? Ain't no damn way for a dime or a dollar I would throw my family under the bus for some clicks and views and diminish their character just to make some money. Like, ain't no way, but to each his own. Michelle said, who does that? Waiting in one bedroom while you making $25,000 a month. Not happening. Yeah. And what do they call it? Like when they say, living above your means. That's give me an example of living above your means. So them kind of a lot of money going out. A lot of money going out and not a lot of money kind of staying in. So that's, let's see, Deborah got another answer for us. Deborah said it was a play on all the people listening to this stuff. I promise you, Brett is not mistreated, and they made all that up. It's silly, but they got the idea because of channels making stuff up about them. I have a question, Deborah. Did they go on video and just say they did all that and it was for this reason that you're giving? I did see 24 hours after, she cussed them out and they, came back together all united. She just talked about they just got into it and they just was, throwing out lies on one another. But she didn't say, oh, we did it because of we just wanted for the clicks and views, or we did it to just feed into the nonsense that people was putting out. She didn't give that as being the reason. She just said, no, we legit got into a fight, but we was lying. The stuff we was saying wasn't true. So she was acknowledging that it was a legit fight. So my question to you is, was there a live where she came out and said all of this that you're saying on the screen, or is that what you came up with? Michelle says you could afford Airbnb with at least 2 bedrooms furnished. Even Airbnb have kids' toys on hand. That was like Section 8 slums for $25,000 a month. Ain't math. And Michelle said, listen, sis, I don't care what you say, Rosebud. What you not going to do is play on my intelligence. Deborah said it was a script. Okay. She said he is completely acting just like Rose. Michelle says, well, shame on them. Then those kids deserve better. I agree. They definitely deserve better. So Libra 63 said he's whipped. Oh yeah, he definitely whipped. Hey, welcome, Yvonne McGowan. Hey, mind blown. Yes, like it gets deep over here. Yep. I think all of our minds are blown. Deborah, we got a Rosebud in here. Deborah F is a Rosebud, and she's, giving us some background pertaining to what's going on over there. And she's saying that they basically over there lying and just doing the absolute most for clicks and views. And it sounds like, Deborah don't think nothing wrong with it. She like, yes, it is what it is. But over here, we like, no, ma'am, this is not what you do for money. Like at some point you have to have dignity, you have to have respect, and you have to draw the line. And that's, over here, that's how we view things. But Deborah like, listen, it's about getting that check. Deborah said, laughing all the way to the bank. Deborah like, shit, it's about getting that coin, damn substance, dignity, respect. Oh, goodness. Michelle says, so are they going to the Airbnb every day just to film? Otherwise, foodless, clothesless, and every angry and fighting in front of the kids is just sick. So you agree? That's what Liz said. Deborah likes shit. They laughing all the way to the bank. So I guess she has spoken. Michelle said all the way to hell, right? Deborah said it's very clear that they are making money doing this together, and this conversation proves they are really good at this. You see an hour of filming in 23 day. They are in it together. They're in it together. So Deborah saying, yeah, it's basically over there. It's just about the money. But here's the thing. Say, this is how you view it, Deborah. For people to still tune in, knowing, and feed into it, knowing, quote unquote, that it's fake and they're just doing it for the money. Like, what is the rationale behind that? What is your rationale for still continuing to watch it and to feed into it if you're saying it's all fake and scripted? Just interested in wanting to know that part. Michelle said that is incredible, disturbing to fake with your kids in that condition. Fighting in front of the kids is not something they understand as fake. Cursing and speaking about their fathers like that, fake, right? But no limit. They ain't got no limits over there. Michelle said, well, you can be anyone's fan you like to be, Deborah F. We don't care about their dirty money. We don't. Like, we all about the kids over here. Deborah says, I am not saying it's a good idea in front of the kids, but the channel is making 250K on the way to 1 million. So I think they just think the money setting the kids up for life is worth this. But what about their mental capacity though? Is there a dollar on that? So is they just gonna get the fees for counseling out of the $1 million? What's the game plan for that? Kitty Cat says the last baby she had done that to her. You said it sent her over the edge. You know, kids listen. Kids will take you there. You said that last one that you said, what's his name? That's River. You said River sent her over the edge. Deborah F said, you obviously care. You obviously care. You're here talking about their performance. You're watching that they are giving. So yes, because to me, I think they are nuts. When she cussed him the hell out, to me, I felt like that was a real moment, the stuff that she was saying. And I compared that, I bumped that up to her energy from just the other things that she had been saying. I felt like how she really felt about him came out in that moment. I don't care what nobody said. I really feel like that was probably the most real moment. And then after she spazzed out because she's a loose cannon, she had an afterthought like, oh my God, I got to fix this. I'm going to mess up the bag. Okay, Brett, we need to come together and just say that we were just playing. So that's why I'm speaking on this, because that's the mental, that's the dysfunction of it all. So yes, oh yeah, I'm over here giving a damn and caring because we got 4 kids over there in that household. But you talking about it's all about the money, about the bag. You ain't giving a damn about the kids and the impact on them, because you saying, well, they gonna have $1 million, but it's like you don't even care about the mentals of the kids in that home. You're just looking at what their bottom line is gonna be in 20 years. Michelle says the kids can't tell what is real or fake. They don't care. Right. Deborah said you see maybe 1 hour of their day, a toxic hour, very telling. You can see it like, listen, that's enough for us to see that they got some ish going on. It's more than enough for us to analyze that some ish stuff ain't right. Stuff ain't right over there. Michelle said, Deborah F, you think the way they act in front of the kids is appropriate? Deborah says, I didn't say appropriate. I said planned out due to the feedback that they were getting. So Deborah, are you forming your opinion on this, or did they outright say this? Because to me, it seems like you're coming up with this because you're trying to rationalize the foolishness, just like we are over here. We're just saying they're nuts. You're like, no, they can't be that damn crazy. They got to be doing this for the money. So you just as confused as we are over here. Girl, just go on, come over here and hit the subscribe button, because look, you part of the family, part of the tribe over here. We don't bite. Come on over here. Come on over to the other side, Deborah. Jose Chavez says she just want his mixed kids for attention. Well, she's talked heavily about her brothers looking a certain way, with looking different from her, light skin, good curly hair, all of that. And then she was the brown skin, the wider nose, looked like her dad. So, it's very likely that she did want to have some children that didn't take on the phenotype of her, just in hopes that, they would be accepted more like how she maybe have seen with her siblings. Michelle, one hour per day is more than enough to damage a child. That's what one should care about, right? Like them Rosebuds clearly got a different way of thinking. Maybe they think just like her, because we not wrapping our mind around that over there. But listen, Deborah got a whole explanation to what's going on. Deborah, like, I got the answers. Michelle said the parents will get talked about. They're adults and not off limits, right? Meso plays and said Meso plays. If Rose is a narcissist, she has limited feelings for others. With that being said, I don't want to assume, however, her first beginnings were of abuse. She has multiple traits of a narcissist. She does, we've talked about that all week. She has a lot of traits of a narcissist. It plays out. And I'm not going to sit up here and believe what you're not going to do is play on my intelligence. I got too much I got too much common sense and book sense and too many degrees to not see that this is some tomfoolery and we're not just dealing with a family that's just acting. No, what we're not going to do is just believe that that is what's taking place. Maybe on somebody else's channel, but not over here. Deborah says, it's interesting that we are pulling her family apart, but you all have never talked to her on the phone, like face to face. And I have, and she is bright and super smart, and Brett is working hard. We're not pulling her apart. We're breaking down the shenanigans that we're seeing played out on the internet. Question: what's the logic of believing that someone can present their life to the world on the internet and people not have feedback, opinions, and thoughts about what's being presented? It's no different than, say, Deborah, you watch anyone else's show and you have water cooler talk, or you talk to somebody else about what you just saw play out on the show. It is no different. The only difference may be we're watching someone who's maybe near and dear to your heart that you say you can talk to on the phone, but it's no different still. They're presenting their world, their life in front of a mass of people. So therefore it opens it up for it to be reviewed and talked about and just, broken down by people. That's what's happening. Their life over there is no different than, say, if we were to watch a reality show on television. Deanna Walker says, Rose stated in a recent live show she learned all those moves from ballet and gymnastics. Dancing was a short time to survive and take care of her kids. Okay. Yeah, I heard her say, that she used to be a dancer. So you're saying specifically ballet and gymnastics. Okay, well, based off of her skills, I can see all of that. I happen to think that she is a very talented young lady. She's just a talented young lady that's going through some things right now. Jose Chavez says Black woman with white zaddy is really popular right now. So I know on YouTube, there's so many of those type of couples that have channels together and they do very well. I have yet to see one that don't have like thousands or hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So I know as far as with YouTube, they're popular. Meso Play says, so Brett can only survive. She does not have the capability to love or give genuine behavior. Deborah F says she was a gymnast, a professional. Okay, so let's talk about that part. What part during her life was she the professional gymnast? Because she said she got pregnant at 19 and had her baby, her oldest son, at 20, and she was married and she was with her husband for like 5 years. When her and her mom got into the argument, the mama said that Rose was bad and she ran away a lot. And then Rose talked about, Mom, you bounced me around. I went between daddy's house and your house. So can you tell me during that timeline, where was she the professional gymnast? Michelle, Deborah, we have plenty to go by at this point. She certainly doesn't want us to have a different perspective. She's not providing one. Deborah says Brett and Rose are very much in love and working this as a business. Deborah says, okay, Michelle, you know best. It sounds like you know best, Deborah. You said you talked to the woman on the phone. Meso Play says, I can see gymnastics and stripper. It's the professional gymnast for me. Hell, my daughter, she took gymnastics when she was a little girl, but Deborah says she was a professional gymnast. So I'm just trying to follow the timeline when she showed the discipline and sat down long enough to become a professional gymnast, because to be a professional at anything, it takes a level of discipline and stability. And based off of the timeline of what Rose described as far as what life was like with being bounced between her mom and dad, and then the mom saying how Rose was bad and she'd run away, and Rose says she got pregnant at 19, had her baby at 20, and then she got married in her early 20s. So my question is, when did she become the professional gymnast? Because it would have had to have been before she got pregnant at 19. And then before then, mama was saying that she was running away, and Rose was saying she was going back and forth between her mom and her dad's house. So I'm trying to figure out at what point before 19 when did she become the professional gymnast? Not a gymnast, because anyone can go sign up and take gymnastics classes. When did she become the professional gymnast? Michelle said, they may be whatever. We are talking about the effect on the children who can't tell the difference, right? Meso Play said, here is the thing. When you get online and state that you had a sugar daddy in front of your husband and the world is not because you have respect. Exactly. Ain't enough lying and playing up and trying to get views in the world to say those type of things about your partner, your spouse. Like, that's just crazy. Like, ain't no way. Deborah F says the strip job was an unfortunate job she had to do to take care of her children after a deadbeat husband left her for another woman. So do you have the answer pertaining to when did she become the professional gymnast? Because I've heard her speak on the situation with becoming a stripper. But you inserted something new into the chat, the professional gymnast title. So I'm curious to know, when was she a professional gymnast? What's the story behind that? Michelle, Deborah F., you apparently know the best, right? Deborah said, yes, sugar daddy part of the show. Yes, sugar daddy is part of the show. Girl, Lord. Deborah, are you a part of the show? Deborah F., are you Rose? I never thought about that, but that is a good question. Rose? Raina Rose. Is that you, Raina Rose? No. Deborah said no. Okay. But welcome anyway. Did you subscribe? Go ahead and subscribe. You over here with us dropping tea. So go ahead and subscribe. We welcome you over here. Meso Play said, well, Deborah, she still holds on to that stripper mentality, and also she only promotes that. Very true. Deborah says, but I have spoken to her, and she is a very smart woman. Oh, I have no doubt that she's smart. A lot of times the crazy people do be smart, but when I say crazy, I mean she's just a lot, she's a lot. But yes, Rose is smart to get this far in life at such a young age, before 30. Would she have achieved, no matter what madness she got out here on the internet? Like, there was a plan. She had a plan to get to where she is today, and she worked her plan. So she definitely is an example of what it looks like when you work a plan, good or bad, but when you work a plan. So I definitely give that to her. Rose is very smart. And because she is so smart, you can't underestimate these things that you see that's being presented. You got to be able to read through things. That's why I go through these videos, because she's so smart to where she can be a step above a lot of people, because they can just get caught up in what she's given in that moment. But someone who's a deep thinker can go beyond that. And that's what I am. And many of us are over here. We're deep thinkers. So we're going beyond the surface, Deborah, of what she's presenting in that 1 hour is bigger than that 1 hour. We can't ignore the other 23 hours. We're not ignoring the other 23 hours over here, because that 1 hour says a lot as to what life has to be like in those other 23 hours. Joe Chavez says slavery was so long ago. Michelle, may God bless them, but leave the kids out of it. Can she make money while protecting them? Deborah says she is a very smart businesswoman, and she is using her skills to keep everyone talking. Okay, we are definitely talking. Deanna Walker said we originated in the motherland. Y'all, Deborah said, listen, F what you believe. You came from Africa. Your folks came from Africa on them ships. I don't know what them ships said, what happened to them. I don't know the logistics behind it, but your people came from the motherland, period. Jose Chavez says they say she was an escort. So who's they? Because with Brett, when they was arguing, Brett said he was giving her rides to the men's houses, and she was making her do what it do, and she would come out and they would drive off in the sunset. Meso Place says Deborah, a mother that talks about her children. Deborah, a mother that talks about her children and not wanting to be a mother with the platform she has. Deborah says that isn't what she said. Meso Plays said Deborah more like the lady of the night that got a platform to show her nasty nightlife. So Maze, you say you ain't going for no professional gymnast. You said there ain't no professional gymnast moves. You said she learned that at the club. Deborah F said she said a lot being a mother. She said it's a lot being a mother of 4 at 29. Oh yeah, I bet it is a lot. I was a mother of 3 at her age. So yeah, it's a lot. Somebody in the comments said that last one and want to send her over because I got 3. So my last having another one might have sent me over too. But yeah, it's a lot. I agree, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. Only the strong can survive when it comes to parenting, especially at the ages, when they're babies, when they're young, like, stages that she's raising her kids in. It's a lot. And I don't think anyone will argue that it's a lot. It is a lot. Being a mom of 4, it's definitely like a real job, a respectable job, but you got to still, as you're parenting, you have to be cognizant of the type of example you're presenting to them, because they're very impressionable. And as many have said in this chat, even though the adults may know, okay, as we're cussing each other out and saying these terrible things about each other, we're just playing, we're not serious. The kids have no way of knowing that. So how are they going to grow up knowing truth from fiction, because they're growing up in this world of illusion where we don't know what's real and what's fake. Like, really think about how that can impact little kids that can't discern the difference between the two. Hell, us adults over here struggling with trying to understand it. So how do you think the babies feel, or how they will feel? Because it's a struggle for me over here as I'm trying to break this madness down. But I'm seeing through some stuff, and I'm not sold on, oh, it's just all for fake like you are, Deborah. There's still some disturbing things about the whole situation, even if some of the things is fake or scripted. The fact that you're even doing all of that, like to me, I look at it as a difference. So you have these channels, these family channels, and they'll do pranks, like couples will do pranks on each other. So that's just what it is because they have it in the title. That is not what these fools over there doing. They're not hollering, cussing each other out, and then in the title, oh, it's a prank. I'm about to prank my husband and tell him that my sugar daddy is the one who took care of his child for the first 1 year, 12 months of their life because he wasn't around. She didn't have nowhere in the title that this is a prank. So you can miss me with that part, but they don't put it out there as though it's a prank. That's not, they put the stuff out there like, no, this is real dysfunction. So guess what? We are believing that it is real dysfunction. They are not a prank channel. Deborah, laughing all the way to the bank, and stay tuned. The Brett channel is on the way. Has Brett put up any content? I know when they advertised his channel earlier this week on the We Separated video, he didn't have any videos up. I think his channel is called The Brett Show. But did he finally post anything? Meso Play says, thanks, Rose. I mean, Deborah. Y'all, we got Rose in the chat. Welcome, Rose. Michelle, dirty money means nothing but filth. Deborah S., I'm listed with my real name and I have a ton of Google reviews. I'm definitely not Rose. Oh, Deborah said, y'all better Google me. Stacy, Deborah pays $10,000 a month for a 1-bedroom, no transportation, etc. Is right. Deborah, so what's the deal? What's going on with the living situation and transportation? Doja Cat, go home, Deborah. What is that? What was that? Sister, go home, Roger. Go home, Roger. Is that what they would say to the neighbor? Meso plays. Deborah Rose stated her mother was a racist child molester. Great to know that you think the way you do, realtor. Wow. Meso plays says, I think Rose has mental issues like we all may have. However, we're not going to pretend that she only care about her and the money like her mom. Michelle says Deborah F is in agreement with all that has happened to the kids and these shenanigans. Enough said. After all, the bank is all that matters. That's the message that I'm getting. That Deborah's like, at the end of the day, like, if it make money, it makes sense. Like, damn, the mental health of the parties involved. So, and you got a lot of people who think that way, to where they're just money driven, and it's unfortunate, but it catches up to you, because all that, eventually, it plays out in your life, and you self-destruct. Money, like, isn't everything. It's about having balance. You got to have some type of balance, but that mental illness and mental health, like, we can't neglect that. So it's unfortunate on multiple levels. Michelle, right. Even people with mental instability protect their kids. Don't insult people with mental health issues. Stacy says Deborah Rose show what kind of money she have in her account, but if continues paying $10,000 a month on a 1-bedroom with no transportation is the greatest business move. Somebody had said she was paying $4,000 a month for the apartment she's in. So Stacy, you're saying $10,000 a month? ATT 473, Rose aired he didn't even try to fight for his daughter. I remember that. And she was upset about that. Like, I felt that. She was like, you didn't even fight. Like I really felt it. That's why I feel like that was the most real moment on that channel. Like, I can believe everything else about that channel is fake. But that moment, that is the one moment that I don't know what convincing that I can have for me to believe that moment when she cursed him out and told him how she felt about him was fake, because Rose is a mom, and Rose have her grievances with how her parents showed up for her, in particular her mom, when she was growing up. So I felt that Rose really felt that, as far as with not feeling like her husband was fighting hard enough for his child. And I felt like that was coming from her, just as a mother, and knowing how she would fight for her children. Like Rose, like, I went and got on a stripper pole for my kids. So y'all know it ain't no limits to what I will do for mine. Delta Blue says sanity comes in degrees. We all are a bit cray-cray, but hopefully folks will work on themselves. I agree. ATT 473 says, why are the kids still sleeping on the floor though? Listen, they ain't on the air mattress like her and Brett. You said they on the floor. Like, I only seen one air mattress blown up when they did the tour of that apartment, and she insinuated that her and Brett was going to be sleeping on an air mattress. So I hope the babies are at least on an air mattress. Delta Blue said the tribe elder must get involved when dealing with the tribe elder must get involved when dealing with Indian children. Okay. Deborah says, Stacy, her car is coming over from the mainland. Why are you worried about her car? The kids are a different issue, and I promise you they are well taken care of. YouTube and you all made this possible. ATT 473, Deborah, why do they not have beds for the kids? Deborah, inquiring minds want to know. Deborah, they did not show you the kids' sleeping conditions ever. Well, they let it be known that we do know, which we can't argue, that, they hadn't furnished the house yet, which I'm not mad at, because they literally just moved in this week. So I understand that's a process and all of that. So I don't feel a way about them not having furniture, in the home yet. I don't know what the kids are sleeping on. I hadn't really stopped and given it any thought as far as what they were sleeping on. What sent me was somebody yesterday saying the kids were sleeping in the closet. Deborah, are the kids sleeping in the closet? Meso Plays said, great, Deborah, you're growing. Great, Deborah, you're growing this channel. Listen, we appreciate you, Deborah, over here, because I'm trying to get the hours in, and you are definitely helping me get to the hours that I need. So I am forever grateful. Please, it's 53 people here viewing this live. I thank you and appreciate each and every one of you. If you can hit the like button, we have 28 likes. No, I'm sorry, we have 38 likes. If you can hit the like button to get me up to the 53, that would be awesome. Thank you. ATT 473 said, Rose said it herself that the kids don't have beds yet. Yeah. Deborah said, you're welcome. Michelle, Deborah F is officially Rose. Okay, let me find out Deborah Rose. ATT 473, Deborah, please send them beds. Yeah, Deborah, you said you Google me. So, Deborah, are you in a situation to be able to sponsor them and send beds over to the babies? We all know Deborah Rose. Deborah Rose. Oh, Maso Play said, it's all about the money. Forget the children, huh? Run around the world, take them away from their father, keep Brett from his daughter. Genius. Yeah, make it make sense. Delta Blue said, yeah, Rose is in the business as Deborah F. ATT 473, but I'll pretend it ain't Rose. Deborah, go buy some beds for the kids. Yes, Deborah, can you bless the babies with some beds? Deborah, because that's all she time for now. So Deborah, can you sponsor beds for the babies? Can you send beds over to Hawaii for the children? Because you told us how much money they pulling in. They don't have beds for the babies, but you're saying they got money to cover whatever they need to cover. So they haven't bought the beds for whatever reason. Can you send over money for them to get beds or have beds shipped to Hawaii for the 4 kids? Meso Place says, if not her, she sent them. And if not, that Deborah is sick also. Delta Blue said, Deborah, go get some hospitalization, Chica. ATT 473 Meso Rose has so many fake accounts. It's sad. Oh my God. Rose, the Raina Rose. Are you with us? Are you with us, Raina Rose? Deanna walks in. No one should be judging others. You know what, Deanna? It's like no one should be judging others, but it's something that we innately do like every day, even coming down to judging if someone is living according to the Bible or judging that someone's judging someone. It's something that we do as humans because that's how we gauge, appropriate behavior versus not appropriate behavior. That's how you identify things that should or shouldn't take place. Boundaries, things that fall in the category of good morals versus bad morals. All of that is rooted in judgment. So it's just the way it is. We are judged. That's why we have to be cognizant on how we present ourselves, because people are always looking. Just as though you have children, your children are judging you. If you are a child and you have parents, like you're judging your parents, okay, how they're showing up for you, what you feel like they should be doing for you, what you feel like they shouldn't be doing. So judging is what we do. It is what we do. Now, what we have to just be mindful of as we go through this world, knowing that we are being judged, we have control over how we're impacted when we're being judged. It's that part. Because you can't control the behaviors of other people. You can only control yourself. So you have to move in a way when you know that you're moving in a way that's on the up and up. Whatever you do and whatever somebody has to say about it, it's not going to even faze you, because you know that you're handling your business, you're moving on the up and up. Typically, people who aren't on the up and up are the ones that get bothered when somebody says something about them, because it's what they say, a hit dog will holler. It's the guilt. It's the guilt. That's what have people to just start reacting when people are quote unquote judging them. But if you're good within, you're not going to feel a certain type of way when somebody's saying something, to an extent about you, because you know that it's not true. You typically kind of going to more so be more sensitive about it when it's some truth there. So that's just kind of my opinion on that. Michelle says it's definitely Rose. Well, welcome, Rose. Welcome. Meso Player said the fact that Deborah keeps talking about money and know the fact that the kids are in distress seems like her. Maybe it is her. At Deanna Walker agreed, but these people are making money slandering others. Deborah F., you are very warped to call someone you don't know names. And I stopped by the channel because I enjoyed the woman's explanation yesterday, but you all are hateful. So what names were you called, Deborah? What names are you referring to? Because I don't want you to come over here and feel like you're, quote unquote, being like disrespected. But I do want you to understand that over here, we're not just sold on the antics that they're giving off. We're recognizing the dysfunction, and we're just not trying to accept it and be like, oh, but they get in the bag though. Like, that's not what we're about, because money isn't everything. It's not everything. And there's so many reasons that we see from that channel that shows that if it's been done for the money, then they just going down the wrong path, because it's a lot of off-putting stuff taking place over there. And even with you being a fan of the channel, you have to be delusional to not recognize that there is so much inappropriate things taking place over there in front of the kids, on the internet, in front of the world. Like, you can't ignore that no matter how much you love Rose. It ain't enough delusion in the world. Delta Blue, it's just done different on Indian reservations. Surely most of you know that. Yeah, I know that. I just don't know the depths of how different, but I understand. Yeah, it's different. I was just curious to know when it comes to the law, like child support, and you got a child that's over there, like, are you just stuck? Like say I have just using this example, just because Brett's baby mom is on the reservoir, does that automatically mean that he can't get access to his child as long as she's still living like on that land? It's like, okay, it's almost like off limits, kind of like sanctions, or like when we look at like territories, like say if somebody did a crime here in the US and they run to like Cuba, and because they're over at Cuba, then it's just like, okay, we can't touch them. We got to hope that Cuba send them over. Like, is that kind of how the reservation is, to where once you're kind of over there on their land, that territory, they're protected? So laws can't even try to intervene to try to enforce anything pertaining to anyone over there because they're on protected territory. Is that kind of the same thing? Because that's the best example I can think of with how like somebody might run off to another country and they're good unless that country like forces them out of their country. But if that country's like, no, like if any of you are familiar with like Asada Shakur, she was like a member of like Black Panther, an activist like back in like the 70s, and she escaped from prison and made her way to Cuba. And like, so she's like one of the top people on the America's Most Wanted list, but Cuba hadn't agreed to send her over back to the US. So she's pretty much protected over there. So that's what I'm like, is it like that with the Indian reservation? If you're on the reservation, then like you're protected, can't like nobody touch you. Michelle, Chica still miles back in the chat. Okay, you're definitely Rose. Meso Play says, Rose, Deborah, promote your real estate business. Q, do you think the verbal abuse from Rose to Brett is all in act? Question, do you think the verbal abuse for Rose and Brett is all in act for views or real? If real, why would any man put up with it? Going back from that Q&A we watched, she talked about the energy that video was 3 years old. So that was before their channel blew up. And she talked about how she talked to him and how sometimes she gets angry and she doesn't, like his thought process on a lot of things, and it just grinds her gears and she just snaps on him. So fast forward to today, she's still doing the same thing. So that lets us know that that's real. Like it's real, because she was doing it 3 years ago before they were even married, and now they got 1 million subscribers and she's still doing it. So no, I think that's real. And then I think that he's just gotten used to it. Like he's immune to it. So, and then he knows now they make money off of it. So she's just, getting more and more reckless with her mouth, because she sees the more reckless she gets, the more views. And he's like, okay, well, if it's going to bring in the money, so he's willing to sacrifice his manhood, his dignity, and all of that for a check. Meso Place says it would be promote so much right now. Put up with it. Kara Taylor. And to say put up with, okay. Delta Blue at Kara Taylor. If it's an act, I sure hope the kids know it. So if it's an act, do you tell the kids, okay, I'm about to say your daddy did this, that, and the third, and your mama is this, that, and the third, but I don't mean that, because your daddy was in your life all your life. Like, do you start going into that background? Like I'm talking about like before that blow up that happened over the weekend, maybe last Sunday or whenever that was. Do you just go into that dialogue with the kids before you just do all of that? Like, what would that look like with prepping the kids? I'm just curious about that. Michelle said the kids are in the middle of a ridiculous fight, cursing, anger, speaking on the fathers. She breastfed the baby while doing that. Transfer all the horrible energy to the poor baby. Right. That's why I said that baby was always crying. Now you see the baby, he all smiles and stuff ever since they moved out that Airbnb and moved into the apartment. So I really think that the baby was like picking up her energy. I really do, because I haven't seen him cutting up like that since they moved into the apartment. He has a beautiful smile. I had never seen the baby smile before. And now he's all smiles and grins like he in heaven, in the happy place. And I really believe that he was picking up on Rose's energy in particular. And she's breastfeeding too. The baby was just picking up. The energy is real, y'all. Like energy is real. Meso Place says, I'm sorry, the things Rose has done to get here is not okay, and it makes her money. So with that being said, call it what you want. She making so much money that she's willing to compromise her soul. Yes. I agree. She's making so much money, she's willing to compromise her soul. And, we talk, like I said, I used to talk about, do celebrity content over here, and just think about how many celebrities we've heard being questioned about their antics and doing things and selling their soul and all of that. There's so many discussions about like what people have done or sacrificed, who they have sacrificed for successes and things like that. But people are willing to do so much to become rich and famous for a dime or a dollar. Like it's just crazy. Like people just want to be known. And, now with YouTube is like your new Hollywood. You don't really even hear much talked about with box office movies and things like that. It's all about the internet. Content creators, at one point, the number one job that, young people desired to do one day is to become a content creator. I remember hearing that. So now it's almost like people on the internet are like your new Hollywood trending people, more so than, the Hollywood people from, back in the days that you would hear, names floating around. You don't really hear their names like that. You may hear, and even like with artists, musicians, they're now getting YouTube channels and podcasts. So they're coming to like the internet and becoming, really known in that space versus like the music or doing a movie. So people are willing to do whatever for the price of fame, even if it means selling their soul. Meso Play says, stop playing with me. ATT 473 said the kids were so used to them fighting, they were asking for donuts during the fight. Jesus Christ. They like, oh, it's another day. It's just Saturday, y'all. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Kids' nerves gonna be shot. Michelle said, right, Meso plays. Oh my God. ATT473 said Deb Rose is the rose, is a rosebud. Deb Rose. Michelle says, get the love up for Chica. Thank you. Please, please, please get the likes up for me. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Michelle. Meso Play says, on live, giving SEX shows. Please miss me with the nonsense. Like we can't, I don't know. I don't think Deborah could even explain, the nonsense. She still never came back and gave an explanation or say anything about her helping with getting the baby's beds. So now you got me wondering if Deborah is really Rose. Deanna Walker said, Rose says she can mentor anyone that wants to make money. There are other ways to get paid besides a page. I've heard her say, I know I've gone to her channel before, her website a while back, maybe like a month or so ago, when she was talking about she was selling supplements and things like that. So she has multiple products, and she says she has probably at least about 5 streams of income. So I definitely believe like she knows how to make money. It's some argue that Rose isn't a businesswoman. I still stand on Rose is a businesswoman all day long. Like, I believe she's a businesswoman, regardless of like her antics. Rose is a business money. Rose is a businesswoman because she knows how to make money. Now, that has nothing to do with the quality of her businesses, but I'm saying she know how to make money. She's a businesswoman all day long in my book. Kara Taylor says, I wonder if it's all fake. I grew up in abuse, and when parents fought, would hide under my sheets. The boys play as normal. Yeah, I don't know. People handle toxic environments and, different. So you don't know. Michelle says she is a thorn. I mean, Rose. Meso Play says we are getting Rose Miller, but at heart she is Rose Rogers. Rose Rogers. Go home, Roger. Michelle Kara Taylor is called disassociation, that they just ignore it now. It's not healthy. Yeah. Like I said, people handle toxicity in different ways. Some people can zone out, and then some people will just be reactive to it and use their words and say, what's going on here? But like people handle it in different ways. Yeah, people handle it in different ways. Deborah F. I actually came back to see about her content that is about exercise, but you ladies are ruining this lady's intent, and I'm not Rose. I'm 50. Thanks for checking out my other content, Deborah. Deborah said, I'm a 50-year-old woman. I ain't Rose. Delta Blue, Deborah F needs a psychiatrist. Deborah, we just said, I mean, we just can't rationalize the nonsense. That's all. That's all. Meso Play says, I don't want anything negative in Rose's life. However, I have eyes, right? We have eyes. Michelle, it's good, Deborah. You can have your opinion. The kids are not to be played with, though. Hope you agree. Deborah says, Delta Blue, I am a psychiatrist, and that's why I enjoy this channel's, this YouTuber's opinion. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Well, Deborah, if you're a psychiatrist, please help us to understand how you can rationalize this being okay for money, because the points that you've been making has been rooted in money. And I would think, coming from being a psychiatrist, you would know better than anyone, or have an understanding just as well as I do, the impacts of toxic behaviors onto children. Or you should also recognize when just a person in general is demonstrating toxic behaviors that's rooted in something that's maybe from trauma. So it's very interesting that that's your background, but you support the nonsense. Kara Taylor, you actually look like her mom. You actually look like her mom. Oh, are you talking about me, Kara? I had a comment today. Somebody said that I look like I can be Rose's auntie. So I laughed at that. who knows? I mean, Rose is from the West Coast. I'm from the West Coast. Rose lives in Las Vegas. That's where my family's from. And then I have family from California. So both my family is split up between Las Vegas and California. So you never know. You just don't know. You just never know who your people are, who you related to. I would not be the least bit surprised if there is a relation there, given that our family is from like the West Coast. But as of right now, I'm not aware of us being related. But I got to thinking, like, even if I were to find out that we were related, how would I feel or how would I handle as far as the content over here as I talk about what's going on? I honestly don't see how I would be able to handle it any type of way. If anything, it would just be more of me trying to counsel her and try to help her with the areas that I see where there is struggle. So I would probably do that. But my opinions of things wouldn't change at all. Delta Blue, sure you do. Deborah F. ATT 470, sorry, the channels that show how she bought her views ain't moving. Sorry, the channels that show how she bought her views ain't moving. Yeah, I don't personally think she bought. I mean, to me, she gets a lot of views. So I think it's organic. I happen to think that her channel is like really growing, like the way it's growing. I think, that's my opinion, because she gets a lot of views. So to me, it makes sense for her subscriber count to be what it is, because she gets a lot of support over there. Here we have a supporter over here today, 2 days in a row. We have Miss Deborah F. I love those kids. That's the original reason I watched Rose. A friend of mine who has a YouTube channel knows them. Okay. Michelle, I don't believe that Deborah F. Sorry, but you would be able to identify what's going on here. So I guess Michelle says she don't believe that you're a psychiatrist because ain't no way you'll be co-signing this nonsense. Listen, I don't know if you know Deborah, but I have my background. I have a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. So that's why my views are like this, because I'm thinking about it from more of a clinical view. And based off of what I have come to learn about mental health, the math ain't mathing for that situation over there to be, what's the word? Healthy. ATT 473 said, okay, then send them beds then, Debbie. Debbie, you still ain't said nothing about when you sending them beds over to Hawaii. Deborah Blue at Deborah F. You have been exposed. So stop the BS and the stories. Y'all, we over here exposing folks. Michelle says psychiatrists will be able to see through all of this for what it is. Right. Like, listen, I got the education. I just don't have the practice that I initially aspired to open. But listen, I still know what I know. I still have my knowledge, my education, my experiences. So that's what I speak on, coming from that perspective over here. And this stuff ain't right. This is not healthy. It ain't enough acting in the world. ATT 473. And since you are a doctor, you say you are a doctor on all your fake accounts and accomplished gymnast doctor. Jesus. Kara Taylor, if she was so accomplished, though, there would be some records or articles or her name on them from competitions. It's that part. I didn't see Deborah answer that one. I wanted to know at what point during her life was she the professional gymnast. Listen, we curious over here, Deborah. You have piqued our interest. Michelle, Michelle says, if you can prove you have Google reviews, prove you are a psychiatrist. Bet. So if she is a psychiatrist, there should be a website out there where her services are advertised. She likely should have a LinkedIn out there, but there would be some type of internet presence. Yeah. So there we live in. Yeah, there would be an internet. There would be an internet presence somewhere. ATT 473. Rose fake accounts are all psychiatrists. Jesus. Michelle said Deborah F is one of Rose's streams of money. Oh my God, y'all. You said she streamed number 6, or she wanted a 5. So Rose says she got at least 5 streams of income. So which stream is Deborah? Deborah, which stream are you? Meso Player said, think about it. Deborah, as a sane person, doesn't see the fact that Rose is behaving non-motherly, non-nourishing, sexualized race baiting. Deborah is talking about monetary likes for Rose. Yeah, the math ain't math, and doesn't make sense for any of that to be coming from a psychiatrist. I'm just saying. ATT 473 says, yep, I guess this is what you learn in her course. Jesus. And them courses ain't cheap. I think them courses was, if I can recall, I want to see if I can remember what her website. Maybe we can go to her channel and see what her website is. But I think they were maybe about $300. Like, they weren't cheap. Her courses aren't cheap. Let me see. I'm gonna try to see if I can figure out what let's try to see if I can figure out her website, because I went to it. I've been to her website before to check out her services, and I'm gonna see if she advertises them in anything where we can see what it is. I'm on her back page, her channel right now, and I see her email, but I don't see anything that's linking to her website. But I have gone to a website before, and she did have products. She had vitamins. That's when I learned she had vitamins. And this was all before she moved to Hawaii. So she does have a website, and she offers services for helping you learn how to acquire like an Airbnb, helping you invest in real estate. She offers a service on helping you build a YouTube channel. What else she offers a service in? Those are the 3 that I can remember off bat that she offers services in. But she does, she does have different areas that, she says that she makes money in, and her website is like, show these different services that she offers. So I do believe she has multiple streams of income. I definitely believe that. Michelle, yep, there's no excuse for Rose's actions or Brett's. Deborah says, no one said this is a way I agree making money. I just said they are riding the YouTube wave. But still, even from saying that, Deborah, ain't no way just being a responsible professional psychiatrist that you can even condone or even support the behaviors over there, because you know better, and you know the impact, especially with seeing children being in that household. So it doesn't make sense. It's still just from a professional and just a moral compass. It doesn't make sense that that's your background, but though you're able to still be a Rosebud, like, that's to me contradictory of just from an oath perspective, from just being in the medical field and the oath you take on as far as when it comes to health and putting that first and making sure that that people are good, that it just doesn't make sense that you would even follow individuals who behave in such a manner. Meso Play says, I hope that Rose can change her outlook on what is happening for the greater good. I think over here, the bulk of us hope that. ATT 473 said, okay, but they can ride the wave away from the kids. Deb Rose. Meso Place says, wave or not, forget integrity, right? Like, integrity's thrown out the window. And that's the thing, just even being in the medical field, like, integrity is just like a big thing, because remember I talked about you take these oaths, you have to be honest, like, that's a real thing. So for Deborah to say she's a psychiatrist, but though she's speaking the way she does, it doesn't make sense. So it has me to question, are you really a psychiatrist? Because ain't no way you over here going back and forth with us about it being okay for them, Brett and Rose, to move in the manner in which they are. with children being present in the home. Ain't no way. Meso Play says their channel is growing just fine before this. Right. Like it wasn't needed. So they were already at 1 million before she snapped on them. And she recently had said what they were at, they have additional 35,000. So they're well over like 1 million subscribers. So it wasn't necessary. So I think the blow up was real, but they're just trying to just do damage control for the brand and to try to just play it as though, oh, I don't know. I think it was real, but they're just kind of in the season of damage control to try to get people to refocus on their love and, their just relationship goals image that they previously had. I think they're really working hard to try to get people to view them in that manner. But people with common sense and brains, at least 10 brain cells, know better. Michelle says, you tried to be their bulldog, saying that they laugh all the way to the bank. That's sick, all things considered. Don't stand for her if you know she's wrong, Deborah F. Meso Play says, Deborah. Meso Play says, if you speak to her, tell her congrats, but yikes. ATT 473 says, preach. Trey S says, is that Rose? Listen, like that's the question. Is Deborah F. Rose? Rose, is that you? Raina Rose, is that you? What? Let me see. ATT 473 say, yes, it is. Angela Smith said, more money when the nanny starts. Yeah, when is this nanny starting? I think when someone said she found a young college girl, so when's she supposed to start? ATT 473 says one of her 50 fake accounts. Deborah F says, no, this is my opinion. Deborah still ain't came back with no proof of credentials. ATT 473 says, sure thing, Deb. Deanna Walker, they left Arizona because it was racist and the kids would come home from school daily crying. I know from experience, I live in Arizona, so it's understandable. That's unfortunate. I seen a video or something where one of the boys, the older sons, were talking about being called, I think, an N-word, but I didn't know where, because it seemed like I thought that video took place in Hawaii. So I thought the encounter he had where someone called him that was in Hawaii, not Arizona. But that's unfortunate that was the kid's experience. Hopefully Hawaii will be a better experience for them when it comes to their interaction with just the public and them in Black. So I don't know how it is in Hawaii with racism, but I just hope that they don't have to experience that in their new home. Deanna Walker said, it's hot and very racist in Arizona. Who would want their kids to be in Arizona? Arizona was the last state to get rid of slavery. Wow. Deborah F says, LOL, no one said it was okay. I'm just telling you it isn't what you think it is. Okay, Miss Deborah. Yvonne McGowan said, well, damn. Yeah, it's a lot going on here in the chat. ATT 473 said, we know Deborah Rose. We know it's all fake. Deb Rose, not Deborah Rose. Deb Rose. I forgot you calling her Deb Rose. Oh my goodness. Why the LOL? Deborah F. I find it funny you're attacking a person who is sharing their opinion. Deborah feels attacked, you all. Deborah, don't feel attacked. Meso Play says, ain't no way you say you don't take take of your daughter and he doesn't take care of your daughter and he doesn't. Ain't no way you say you don't take, I guess, maybe care of your daughter and he doesn't, and it's fake or it ain't what it is. It is what it is. That's why, LOL. Okay. AT473 says, exactly what about their mental? Michelle says, Deborah, you have a right to an opinion. We have a right to tell you it's foul. We certainly do. Meso Play says, Deborah, reveal yourself. Reveal yourself. Take off the mask. ATT 473 said, Deborah, at least you aren't being blocked here like your friend Dana does. Make it make sense. No, we let everyone have their opinions as long as you're respectful. And actually, it's been I think I've only seen a couple of Rosebuds come over. Deborah, she's probably the most, let me say, what we say? She's the most boisterous, maybe, Rosebud. I don't know. Rosebud likes it. Deborah likes it over here. So we welcome you, Deborah, over here. You can come back anytime. Make sure you subscribe, though. You come and just go ahead. Make sure you subscribe and hit the like button. Come on. Just come on and join us over here. We're rational, sane people over here. Meso Play says, what in the 1-bedroom 25? Yvonne McGowan says that part, Bob. Oh, Deborah says, I thought so too when I first watched it, but then I thought about it and she is really smart. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't think she's an idiot. She crazy. I don't think she's an idiot though. Michelle, childbirth can send you over the edge, but Rose is not self-reflective to know she needs help to get healthy. She's still fighting everyone. Meso Play says, stop it, I say. Meso Play says, what in the shave your head and grow your underpits is okay. Trey S said, that's Rose, y'all. Trey said, I don't care what y'all say. That is Rose. That is the Rain of Rose. Deborah F says, I'm sure I would be blocked if I was attacking her like some of you do. Yes, I'm giving you my opinion. Listen, Miss Deborah, have you subscribed yet? Just come. Have you just subscribed yet? Yvonne McGowan says, I believe Deborah is truly Rose. Wow. Deborah, wow. Like the census is that you're Rose. Your Rose isn't live on her channel right now. And Rose don't like people talking about it. So Rose, if you are Rose, it's not about bashing. We're just trying to understand. Just please give us some insight. Take the mask off. Like, we're okay. It's fine. You can be yourself. Just talk to us. Let us know what the situation is. Because we just trying to understand. We care. We care. We care about your babies. You have beautiful babies. We care. ATT 473, Deborah Rose, you are a genius at making money. It's still wrong, though. Yes, Rose is smart. You're very smart. I will give you that. You crazy, but you are smart. You're very smart. Smart and talented. I think you're talented. I think Rose is talented. Michelle, Deborah, stop. There is nothing intelligent about this. You are definitely not a psychiatrist. She said, stop lying. The lies. Mason Play says, soul missing. Amanda Jane said, hello, did you see the live when she was doing laps and when she was out of sight talking to an old man, and then he followed her back and she introduced herself, and then strange that she was already spoke to him prior. What the? No. I did not see that one. When was that one? No. Doja Cat said, the kids are living in the closet. Shake my head. Listen, that's what they say. That's what the people were saying yesterday in the chat. I wasn't ready for that. I'm like, okay, stop it. Stop it. Because I was just trying to just picture that in my head as to what that would even look like. And it's 4 of them. Like, the logistics of it all, like, I can't wrap my mind around it. I don't want to believe that. Deborah said they good over there. We talking to her about see she can have some beds shipped over there to the island. What they said, I mean, they in Waikiki, but she ain't. She got go. It was crickets when we asked her about sponsoring 4 beds. So we'll see, if she come back and say that she gonna send them some beds over there. Meso Play says money can't pay for that, Rose. I mean, Deborah. Michelle said morally bankrupt. That part, like. Morally bankrupt. Trey S says, nah, we don't rock like that. Nope. ATT 473 says narcissism is a defense mechanism developed as a result of severe childhood trauma. listen, the Rose said she was going through it as a child. So clearly, you know, with her fighting and windmilling with her mama on the internet, um, the Rose got some stuff that she needs to unpack with a therapist. And then, hell, Deborah, you say you a psychiatrist. Have you been giving her counsel? Deborah said, I will look out for your energy videos. I'm not a Rosebud. I just think she planned this with her husband, and I only I only tune in to see the sweet kids. I agree, it's no different. Well, hell, you might as well be a Rosebud because the way you over here defending, I can't tell. You need to have a wrench over there. If she ain't gave you a wrench, you need one because you over here representing. No matter how crazy you looking. You done said all of that and then followed up and said, I'm not a Rosebud, child. ATT 473, but Deborah, since you're a 50-year-old psychiatrist, you already know all this. Michelle said, Deborah, just help your friend. You are an accomplice to her decline. If you know better, help. Don't co-sign. Amanda Jane said, then she was asking him about giving her boys swim lessons. She couldn't even remember her boys' ages. He even gave her his door number 17 and asked her for what the roses on the prowl for her Hawaii sugar. Oh my God, when was that? What video was that? He said she gave her, he even gave her his door number. So this is one of the days when she was at the pool. So has this been since Brett been back since she shaved her hair off, or was this the Rose antics when she had hair? So this is Rose with hair or Rose without hair? Because Rose without hair, she said that she was going through something, so that's why she shaved her head, because she didn't think Brett was coming back home when he had left to go to Arizona. Deborah F said, that's true. That's why I found this woman's conversation interesting, but you all are ridiculous. Oh, we're ridiculous. Child. Maisel Place says, Deborah spoke to Rose now here. Maisel Place, interesting, very interesting. ATT 473 said, LOL, yes, Deborah, sure is interesting. Trey S says, professional freak, not the professional. So not the professional gymnast, a professional freak. Okay. So you saying she a professional. She a professional in something. Michelle said, Deborah seeing the light finally. Wow, glad we could help. Yes, that's what we're here for. She's one of us. She's one of us. Deborah F. Yes, I spoke to her about posting pictures of where she lives. She posted pictures of the kids in the pool, and it was clear where they were. I told her it was unwise. She appreciated it. Meso Play says, Rose, get out of here. Get out of here. Go home, Roger. Go home. Meso Play says, I love your energy. You love my energy. You love Deborah/Rose energy. ATT 473 says, okay, then please call her back and please tell her she is self-sabotaging. Thanks, Dad. Like, can you get the message over to her? Because like we got messages. So can you carry the messages over to her? They still say, no way, ain't no way. Cooking with Kiki plus mukbangs and vlogs says she never was. Meso Play says, you got all these thoughts and spoke to Rose and got here. Deborah F says she is actually a really nice person and very concerned about the safety of her family. Y'all, I'm starting to believe this Rose too. I'm like y'all. I am like y'all at this point. Michelle said, I know Chic is a classy lady in her real intelligence. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Listen, child, I'm over here trying to keep it together. I'm trying to keep it together. I don't want to be another YouTube that's just going to slap off on the Rose. That's not what this is about. We are just having dialogue over here about the shenanigans. That's all we're doing as I work my way to my goal of 1,000 subscribers. So I thank you and I welcome all you new subs. I've had a lot of subs as of late. I thank you. I thank you all for showing up and coming to chat. Like, these live streams have been 4 to 5 hours. They've been like long. You guys have been really engaging and it just makes for a great dialogue. So thank you, Michelle, and thank you to all of you who have found my channel, and a special thanks to Miss Deborah F/Rose, thank you. We welcome you. You can be anywhere this Friday, but you're here with us, and I want to show gratitude. Thank you again. I hope you subscribed, and I hope you liked the live, because you seem to be very comfortable over here, and that's what we do over here. We make the people feel comfortable as we dive into the toxicity that we see on the internet waves. But again, guys, if you guys come up with any other content that you would like for me to review and react to, let me know. Earlier, someone gave me the idea of Married at First Sight. I am familiar with that show. I never got into it, but I'll probably check it out and do a review. You can just let me know anything specific that you're like, hey, take a look at this and come back and give me your thoughts on this nonsense. So I definitely welcome ideas. Just put it in the comments. Rose would probably appreciate Rose/Deborah would probably appreciate me, getting off of her. But yes, you guys could definitely share content ideas with me over here. I would definitely be open to looking into them. Kara Taylor says there is no articles with her name in gymnastics. If she was that good, there would be something out there. I agree. And we got the Olympics started today, or they had the opening ceremony. Have Rose even spoke on the Olympics or anything pertaining to gymnastics? Because typically, like, if you were really into a sport, like even when you're not like actively in it, participating in it, you still have a love for it. So you tend to talk about it or get excited about things when there are like big games or big events coming up. Have you all heard Rose talk about gymnastic events coming up, or her wanting to go see like what has she talked about over there that lines up with her being a former professional gymnast? That's the question. Deborah? Michelle, stop the cap. Listen, Michelle said it, Deborah. Michelle said it. She said she can't take it no more. ATT 473 said at Meso Place, please don't forget she's also 50-year-old psychiatrist. This Deborah chick. She a 50-year-old psychiatrist. That's a heck of a description there. 50-year-old psychiatrist. We got a 50-year-old psychiatrist over here with us. Aren't I special? ATT 473 says Adonis was not a deadbeat. Do you know him, Deborah? Slandering much. Meso Play says Deborah going hard. Oh, she going hard in the pain, and to not be a Rosebud. I'm like, damn, how you not a Rosebud, but you got her phone number. You love the babies. You know what the bank account look like, but you also saying you not a Rosebud. Do you at least hold a wrench over there? I'm just saying. Kara Taylor says Deborah sounds like Rose. I never gave it much thought until when earlier on, like an hour or so ago, when people start, putting it together. And I'm like, wow, like now I'm starting to feel like it is Rose. Hi, Rose. I'm starting to feel like it is Rose. And if it is, like, that's fine. Welcome. We welcome you. Just hit the like button. So plays, yes, Deborah. Michelle, Deborah, she can always do better whenever she wants to start. Meso Play says, are you a part of the show? It seemed like she got a role in it. Stacy says, not only did she repeat having a sugar daddy on her last live, not only did she repeat having a sugar daddy on last night, she said with a side eye, she would love to get some more of the sugar daddy money. Wow. Was Brett there when she said that? What was his response or reactions when she said that? And what warrants her to even say such a thing? So is she still in character, Deborah? Cooking with Kiki says stripping was her profession. Yeah, she said she had to make ends meet after her husband left her. So she said, listen, she had to do what she had to do. Deborah F said, I don't even know who Adonis is, but any dad that leaves their children is a deadbeat. So that's like, yeah, I guess that's the name of the first husband, the ex-husband. I think that's his name. But from what I'm hearing from his version, from what's out there in the YouTube streets is that he's saying Rose has made it hard for him to connect with his children. So there's a story, it seems like, behind why the father isn't in the children's lives. So I don't really speak on that because I'm really not sure what the situation is with why he's not around, because I haven't come across any particular channel that's his. I've just heard another content creator kind of put some stuff together and say some things. So I'm not sure what that situation is. If I come to learn more about it or hear or come across some content that I can share with her ex-husband and the wife speaking on the situation, I can bring it to you all. But right now, I don't really know what the deal is pertaining to her ex-husband's role in her two oldest sons' lives. Amanda Jane says, Rose would teach her little girl to twerk. She not feminine at all, and she resent little girls has Brett. She resent little girls has Brett as one and her baby daddy as a girl, and she don't have one. She would make the worst girl mom. Facts. Yeah, I do know she really wanted to give him a daughter. And I don't know if it was her way of maybe having, wanting to make up for the one that he doesn't have like access to, but like she really did want to give him a daughter. But even in that Q&A, I don't know when you all joined, but earlier I reviewed a video where it was a Q&A with Rose and her Rosebuds, and she talked about she wanted to have a daughter, and her son Race at that time looked like he was just a few months old. So I don't even know if maybe she even knew about the daughter at the time she did that live, because she claims Brett came to learn about his daughter after the daughter was born. And then she's saying Brett did not tell her right away when they got together that he had a daughter. So Rose been wanting a daughter for a long time. So the Lord hasn't blessed her with one yet. We don't know if he will, but I don't feel like right now is the time for her to have one. I don't think she can handle one right now. ATT 473 said, yes, let's all pretend we don't know who Deborah is. Michelle says, Rose can help you, Deborah. I mean, Rose. ATT 473 says, Adonis never left those kids. Be careful with your words. I don't know what the deal is behind that. Yeah, there's a story behind it. There's a story there. Meso plays, Deborah and any dad that leaves any child as a deadbeat. Where is Brett's daughter at again? Yeah, where is she? Doja Cat, how long was Rose with the baby daddy husband? The math not mathing. In the Q&A, she said she was with him for 5 years. So I don't know how many of those years she was married to him, but she said that the question was, what was your longest relationship? And her response was 5 years. That was my children's father. Mama Gowan said, yes. Michelle said, smart must have a new definition. I don't know. ATT 473 said, Adonis has been fighting for his kids. Mary says, lady, what is your content based off of? You want a platform to gossip about other content creators. You are definitely not creative. So this content is about just mind, body, and soul, and breaking down and pointing out the dysfunction and the signs of mental health when it's presented before us. And there is certainly a lot to know and a lot to learn from watching Queens of Kings. So yeah, you may be new here, but yeah, you can definitely learn a lot from this channel. But welcome. I hope you liked and subscribed, and please share. Michelle, scrappy, not smart. Emre, why are you worried though? Well, welcome. You found your way over here. So thank you for joining us. We have Deborah over here. So Deborah, you have a fellow Rosebud over here. So it was interesting enough to bring you over because this is where the crowd is coming. The crowd has been coming. So we just break down the content that Rose puts up, because that's what happens when you post something on the internet. It opens up for people to be able to have dialogue about it. So over here, we're just having friendly cordial dialogue about the content that the Queens of Kings put up. So that's what we do over here, much like a reaction channel. So there's videos that we've looked at and we've reacted to together. So that's what we do over here. But welcome. Michelle, that's a narcissist manipulator. Stacy says, I thought without a doubt, Rose said she paid $10,000 for a 1-bedroom doesn't make her that smart. Yeah, I never heard the 10,000 amount, but yeah, that's doesn't sound the brightest. But so she paying 10,000 for where they're staying at, where they're living at now. ATT 473 says, not a drive off in the sunset. Listen, that's all I can come up. That's the best I can come up with him waiting like they drive off into the sunset. Michelle, thank you, Stacy. Delta Blue said, everybody look at Deborah F. dialogue. Rose needs to come out the damn bushes. She wants us to play crazy like her and believe her ish. We can't play crazy. That's another thing, Emre. Over here, we can't play crazy. Like, we think a bit differently than the Rosebud. Like, we use discernment and common sense over here. We know no other way. So what they said, like-minded people tend to gravitate and find their way to one another. So that's what has happened over here. Doja Cat said, I thought it was 4K. That's what I thought. Trey SF at 4 for sure. It says homegirl 221. So do that makes him a pimp? Listen, I don't know, child. I don't know what that make him because he said he was the one giving her the rides. So I don't know. I don't know. Rose, see, we need Brett to have his own Q&A. We didn't see Rose have her Q&A. We need Brett to get on the couch and have his Q&A. Michelle, y'all giving her way too much credit. I don't see the smart part at all. Like, okay, so let's start here. Like, okay, so the platform has now 1 million+ subscribers. Do you think that's something that can be easily achieved? Like, what percent? I heard that like only like 1% of people, just even with content creators on YouTube, even reaches 100,000 subscribers. So what percentage do you think reach 1 million? What do you think goes into someone being able to reach 1 million subscribers? Because it's not going to be based off of just one viral video. That's not going to do it. So to me, for their platform to be where it is today, there was work put into that, which means that just from a content creative standpoint, with thoughts and ideas to present, to say, hey, this is the game plan we're going to use to try to reach this number. And if it was so easy to do, more people would achieve it. And it's not a lot of people who have accomplished what they've accomplished over there. So that's what I say as far as, with the smart part, with her growing that brand over there. And look how many people she's been able to fool. So yeah, I don't think Rose is an idiot. I think she's crazy, but I don't think she's a fool at all. ATT 473 at Delta Blue. Yes, it's the same dialogue in all fake accounts. Amanda Jane says, Deborah F., go away attacking everyone. Fight your battles, not Rose. You're doing to people what you're accusing them of doing to Rose. Bam. Amanda Jane, Deborah is Rose or Dana. So who's this Dana person? I heard Rose reference Dana before. Who's Dana? Is that just like a moderator in her chat? Is Dana a best friend? Like who's Dana? It's Rose. ATT 473 says it's Rose, child. ATT 473 says the other account, Emre, is Brett or Dana. It's become a pattern for them to create these fake accounts. Wow, that's crazy. Because I was wondering, like, where did this Emre person come from? Like, Deborah was like holding her own by herself. It's like she like tagged somebody else in. Michelle says, Rose, your content was once decent. If you're smart, reevaluate. You can change for the better. That's a real woman. Yeah, you can change. We can change. We can. ATT 473 says, Rose, the truth always comes to light. You have 4 beautiful children. Refocus and rebrand. I think she can. You guys, in that Q&A we reviewed earlier, back then, 3 years ago, she aspired to be a personal trainer. And I think she said she was working on that, I guess, in school, like working to get those credentials. So, and then, as I'm looking on her channel, her email is realbodyfitnessllc@gmail.com. So I wonder, did her path change when she saw how her channel was, which it can happen when she saw how her channel was growing. It had her to switch gears and move away from the idea of becoming a personal fitness trainer. Yvonne McGowan says, you ain't never lied. Facts. And Delta Blu-ray says, how many multiple personalities does Rose have? This is another subject we may need to discuss. Anybody remember the book Sybil, the lady that had over 50 personalities? Yes, I remember Sybil. Your mama got like live, not Sybil. Yeah, she said Sybil, y'all. She went back in time. Michelle said Deborah F has left the chat to prepare for her live. Y'all, if that she go live, because right after last night, after I ended my live, I seen that Rose had went live, but I wasn't finna start up a new live. I was like, maybe it'll still be up there tomorrow and we can review it. But yeah, she had privated. So yeah, she probably go live. Listen, it is what it is. Deborah F, she says, no, I'm here watching you talk ridiculous. Deborah says she ain't going nowhere. Deborah said you're ruining this woman's explanation. Michelle says, oh, hi, Rose. LOL. ATT 473 at Deborah F. How much money do you make as a psychiatrist? Inquirer Minds wants to know. Michelle says money greed will rot the soul. Stacey says she doesn't get Mother of the Year because she played housewife with raised 4 boys. I see creator with 8 kids that is an example of great parent making all this money with no parenting and discipline. Deborah F says, I personally wouldn't do that. What she is doing for money, shoot, we lost our livelihood over standing up against COVID vax, but you are still all interesting. I didn't even know Brett had another kid. What do you mean you didn't know Brett had another kid? When did you find out he had another child? Don't tell me you found out tonight over here about his daughter. Do not tell me that, Rose. I mean, I'm sorry, Deborah. Don't tell me that. Do not tell me that you just tonight found out that he has a whole daughter. ATT 473 says, yes, I lost respect for Brett at that moment. Michelle said, Deborah, do you know a lot? Deborah, you don't know a lot, especially if you don't know about the child. You said y'all having phone conversations. What are y'all talking about? ATT 473 says, do you speak to Brett too, Deborah? Deborah says, before not being allowed to work without the vax, we did okay, not anything like these YouTubers make. Deborah says, no, I never spoke to Brett. ATT 473 says, maybe you should, Debbie. Maybe you should. Oh, this has been fun. We have been going in. Yes, it's been a lot. We are like at little over 4 hours. So I wanted to stop right around the 4-hour mark, but it's been great. I thank each and every one of you for coming through tonight and shooting the breeze with us for 4 hours, just covering all things Rose and Brett and their beautiful family. So yes, the Rose probably will, she may have gone live. She probably will. Anything new that come up that I may find to be of interest, I will definitely come back out here to go over with you. Also, if there are any other content that you would like for me to react to, definitely drop a comment and direct me to where it is that you would like for me to check out. as far as the content or do a reaction or a review on. But this has definitely been fun. I don't want to just only talk about Rose, but Rose got a lot going on. So it's just a lot to say because she is just a whole, I'd say she is an entire reality show. And over here, we're here for it. We're just getting into it over here and just breaking it down and discussing what it is that we are seeing right before our eyes, because it's a lot. It is a lot. So I want to just do a flashback in time today, just to see, where Rose came from. Who is Rose? So, but it was pretty interesting. So this was definitely a great live. I thank each and every one of you. Let me see. Our likes is at 46. So we got 36 people here. If you haven't liked the video, please like the video, like, share, and subscribe. We are growing over here. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers, and I cannot do it without you. So I definitely humbly appreciate each and every one of you. Deborah, aka Rose, whoever you are, listen, thanks for joining us. You kept the conversation going. You gave us different things to think about, whether it made sense or not. I think the part of taking on the title of psychiatrist was probably one you probably should have kind of kept in the bag and kept that one to yourself, because that part just, I think, really just threw the whole chat. That right there just threw the entire chat. But I do thank you for spending time over here with us. And as you see, we are a whole vibe over here. Look, people still coming in and dropping comments. I was trying to make my way to the bottom, but everyone has so much to say, so much to add. Amanda says, Deborah Rose has damaged them kids, especially the older one. Race is Rose's karma, and poor River got it all to come. She is a terrible mother. So everyone has an opinion. Everyone is entitled to an opinion. And over here, we are just giving our opinions to the content that they present on their channel. It comes with the territory when you are a content creator. You're not above reproach to be judged, criticized, all of that, myself included. Like this is what you sign up for when you come onto the internet. But with that being said, I thank you all once again. Please, again, like, share, and subscribe. Make sure your notification bells are on so you know when I go live. So tomorrow, got a lot going on with the family and things. So I may be able to get back out here, if not tomorrow, on Sunday. But just keep your notification bells on. You just never know with me over here. But again, I thank you. I am Chic from Chic Speaks, and I will catch you on the next broadcast. Also, before I let you go, my Cash App is Speak50. So if you do want to show your girl some love via a donation through Cash App, I definitely appreciate it. And again, thank you again, and I will catch you on the next podcast. Peace.